Hey everyone, I'm Adam.
Oh, hi, I'm Debbie.
And me, I'm Sunny Justice, and this is how we roll. Hello.
Hello.
I know.
I literally had the urge to be like this when I came on live.
Yeah. Me and Deb are a little bit tired tonight. Not gonna lie. Our brains, I think we left them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I left mine.
Yeah. So if we seem a little tired tonight, we apologize, but we are.
And hopefully Adam will get home and pop on here and wake us all up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the offer out there extends that if anyone does want to come on the live and join us tonight, just because you want to, or just because you have something to say, talk about whatever, just let me know. Just let us know in the chat, and we will drop you the link. And so, yeah, Adam will be here. He's running the ladies at a soccer game. And before we get started, I guess we'll do a roll call here. Like, Deb.
Yeah. Okay, so Laura has changed her name to Midwest Meemaw.
Okay.
I love that because I'm a Meemaw. That's what my grandkids call me, Meemaw.
Meemaw.
Yeah, Meemaw. Hello, Aussie, Stephanie Robertson, Callie, See-Through, DGR Dave. I just saw you in another chat. Remy Stuff, hello. Purdue RN in the house.
Sunny's in the house.
Purdue? Sunny in the house. Vanessa Marie, hello. Hey, Bean. Boston Christian, glad to see you. Okay. Anybody else? Who else? Oh, SP74 and Grace Abounds. Hello. And Amanda. Hey, Amanda, 1984.
Yeah.
Laura says she's never met another Meemaw.
A Meemaw? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard that you guys kind of like, some of you people like over there use that name, like Mama.
Yeah.
Like, and I've heard Meemaw.
Well, Mamaw. My mom.
Mamaw, that's it.
my mom and dad were mama and papa to my kids, so I couldn't be that. So
Yeah, yeah.
my first foster grandchild named me Mima, and that
Me, mom.
stuck. Yeah.
Mm,
Hey,
yeah.
Kat. Hey, Sharon. Hey, Journey.
No, no.
I
Hey,
am hearing that echo.
are you?
Yeah, I don't know why. Something must be open. I don't know why. So it's been a crazy couple of days. I picked my son up last night, he flew in from Europe into Chicago. And we got a flight for him to fly out of Chicago into Indianapolis, but they kept him so long in customs that he was going to miss his flight. So I had
Oh,
prearranged in the case of emergency, because that's who I am, the planner,
yeah.
I had prearranged that if he couldn't make his flight, to ride home with another parent that drove to Chicago to pick up their kids. So he got a ride home with them, picked him up at 10:30, and then I stayed up till 2:30. We were had to unpack everything and do all of his laundry, and then move him back into college today. I spent the entire day taking loads of stuff there, and then I had to lead a parent meeting as well for the soccer parents. So I'm
Yeah.
tired. I just got home at 8:30. I'm tired.
Yeah. We're tired. Frank,
Yep.
you can host it. Frank's on. He can host it.
Yeah,
You
come on, Frank Meister.
want to come join us tonight, Frank, for a little bit? If you do, let me know. I'll drop you a link. You can come join us.
Yeah.
As for Amanda, um, well, I was gonna say you must not have seen the thumbnail, I guess. But so tonight's show is going to be about Kylie Rodney, uh, about the DNA, the new DNA that Adam wanted to talk about, and of course Delphi and Collins. If people want
Yeah.
to call in, hi Derek Farmer, how are you?
Hey, Derek, you can call in and
Mhm.
talk about anything that you'd like to talk or ask questions.
Yeah,
Give your theory, if you have a theory about Delphi or what happened to Kylie Rodney, or
yeah. There's a
anybody else.
lot of people are doing lives. I noticed like with Kylie Rodney and that right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously people are making a big thing of this friend, which I know nothing about, named Sammy as well. I
Mm-hmm.
noticed, you know, it seems to be, um, I don't know, a lot of talk about her going on, about this best friend that's not really her best friend, that people haven't really taken a liking to. Um,
Yeah, she has kind of a forceful personality.
mhm.
And she has, I don't know. I don't know her, so I can't judge her, but she has said a couple things that just made my ears perk up, that I
Yeah,
thought were
like what,
odd.
Deb, for instance?
Like, she said, um, we were at the party and I had asked her for a ride home, and I didn't realize she was too intoxicated to drive, and so I found a ride elsewhere. So if it's your best friend, you weren't worried about your best friend who was too intoxicated to drive getting home? Why didn't you say, hey, let's leave your vehicle here and you
Yeah,
ride with me and this other? That caught me as odd. I thought that was strange. The other thing that she said is, she's like, yeah, like something about, I don't know what happened. We were there. I was with her the whole time, and I drank out of every cup of. I had everything that she had. When she had something to drink, I drank out of it too. I'm like, really? Why did you feel the need to bring that up? I just thought that was odd.
yeah.
Um,
Huh.
and then she also said, and they had a big concert, like they had a concert and they were playing in her honor, and they were playing music because Kylie Rodney was a musician. She sang, she played guitar, and so she loved music. And so they decided to do like a, get together in her honor and play all of her favorite songs. Some musicians did. And so they were interviewing that Samantha, and she said, well, we're playing all of Kylie's favorite songs, and in hopes that she'll hear it and know that we're looking for her, which made me like sounded like she was talking about her in the past tense,
Right.
which triggered, suspicion for me. But again, I don't know her. She could be perfectly innocent and just a silly
Perfect.
kid.
Well, I was going to say, because DGR Dave says, I think I'm the only person that doesn't have an issue with Sammy. I actually don't either, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
I know that Adam doesn't either, but I don't have an issue. She said some things that puzzle me.
My thing that would, the thing that would strike me, and this is with me going by my intuition, would be that she's kind of a bit of a self-absorbed, more personality, likes the attention,
Yeah,
and
I
I
agree.
agree. I agree with Callie, and this is me not even knowing her. I've only ever seen her for a vague couple minutes on the thing, but my gut intuition would say I don't feel any red alerts. I feel nothing of that, to be honest. I just feel like somebody that's probably putting themselves out there, and kind of like what Callie said, drunk teens don't think logically. That drink
That's true.
thing was odd to me too. That's how I just see it as a lot of selfishness and a lot of self-centeredness. And like I said, so I'm sure she's probably there's some people out there that probably, yeah, like, oh yeah, I really deeply care and we want her back. But part of them is kind of like enjoying the limelight as well.
I agree, definitely. I definitely agree with that about her personality. I see that, but the things that I brought up just really, like,
they rubbed you the wrong way.
Something weird about that. Something weird about that in the way that she talked about her, like, oh, I hope that she hears the music and knows. I mean, that's talking about her in the past tense. I don't know. It was odd.
I don't believe she's alive myself. I did a poll for that actually, and let's see what the poll 78% said, 79% now said not alive. Her life was taken. That's exactly what I get a feeling of myself. It's very it's usually very a rare case when that person will be found alive. It is, the percentages are so low. When it's definitely not a normal thing, even if it was like a suicide's a attempt, or like I said, or somebody did something to her, the chances of the case, that person being found, of course, are just so low. My vibe was absolutely her life was taken, and that's just my gut feeling. And I hope not. We all hope not, but I think we all realistic as well, to what typically happens in these type of cases. Sadly,
I have a couple of theories in my mind. Is that number one, something happened to her. It wasn't purposeful, possible, like she OD'd or got into a fight and something happened, and then they got rid of her to keep from getting in trouble. Or the other thing is that maybe she did try to leave and drove into the lake, because they said that her phone last pinged at 12:33, I believe it was, next to the water at the campgrounds. So, did she wake up and she, started the car and then passed out and drove into the water?
right.
And there might not be any tracks, because if she didn't brake, if she was passed out, she wouldn't brake. So there wouldn't be any sign of that.
Well, there'd still be tracks of the vehicle though traveling into.
Not unless it was muddy there.
Yeah, but if it was muddy, there would definitely be tracks though. If it was muddy,
yeah, but I don't know if it was muddy or whatever. I don't know. I haven't seen that area, so those are the two things I'm thinking.
Yeah, because we know that AWP is on their way, going to be on their way there. They usually don't deal with cases that are fresh and new, but they were asked. They said to help. To come check out now. So this is the thing, is that I've seen this on AWP multiple times, where the water's been searched, and say it depends if you hit it just the right way sometimes. And so many people have been overlooked by the sonar that was done by the whoever does their dive team for the LE or whatever out there. And then AWP and that come along, with their sonar and have found, bodies, of course, in their vehicles. Because, again, sometimes if the person's not, you know what I mean? If they bypass it or come across it the wrong way. I'm kind of with I'm kind of with Callie a little bit on this one. Like, I won't be surprised if we hear about, that she's in water. I won't be surprised if I hear that she's in water somewhere in her vehicle.
Yeah, that was one of my theories that I just said. That she
and that's with me not. Yeah, it's like I said, I'm not in depth into the case. Just like, besides kind of seeing some updates on it, I'm not really in depth. So I'm really just going by mostly what my intuition is saying to me, my gut feeling, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Just in an interview, they have 100% of the videos and photos from the party on the LE Twitter. They said they don't. Okay. Right.
So I heard, because I listened to probably 10 to 12 videos today about it. And I heard someone describing on a live that their friend's mom was coming home late at night and drove off the road into the water, and that there were no tracks because she didn't brake. And so it took them a couple weeks before they found her car, because she fell asleep. She was tired and fell asleep and just drove into the water.
Yeah.
So it's possible to not leave tracks and do that.
Yeah. I personally don't feel that, Ozzy, the trafficking. Now, this is in California and Truckee.
I thought you just said you thought she might be in the water.
No, sorry. Sorry. Ozzy said, I suspect human trafficking. I don't personally. Okay. If I missaid that, it's because I'm tired. But yeah, I get it. But
yeah, in this day and time, you do have to consider the trafficking thing, because it is bad. It is really bad. And I would think that anyone who is into human trafficking would go to an event like that, because they would know there would be a lot of drunk young ladies that they could take advantage of. So that, I feel like it's something else, but you still got to look at that.
It's either, for me, I have either a water vibe, or I would have that one of those psycho men, teenagers, did something with her. So meaning it's either a person did something to her, because, like, whatever issues, kind of like, you know what I mean? They're all ha 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 ha, but then they got that stuff going on up there where they either took their life, or water. Those are my two gut feeling things. It's one or the other.
Theories.
Yeah. Maybe if I deep dive harder into it, I'd probably maybe get a different perception, but that's just surfacing it.
So let's see, trying to think of what else. I took some notes because, as I told you, I'm so tired. I don't trust my brain.
Yeah. No. Well, let me play a quick clip here about her vehicle that they were showing.
Oh, I know what the other thing I was going to say is that before you do that, initially they said she had on a white sweatshirt with lettering that she had put on, but it actually is a black sweatshirt.
Yeah.
And the sweatshirt says, you don't want to be forgotten, you just want to disappear. That was the phrase on the front of the sweatshirt, which I thought was like a strange coincidence.
Yeah, because the one I just saw on a news thing from like 6 hours ago on News Nation, it was like white with pink words or something on it, and I'm like,
but they've changed that and said that that's not what she was wearing.
Yeah. Even though that was literally 6 hours ago. That's why I thought that was confusing to me. I thought, wait a sec, what? But either or. So yeah, do you want me to play this quick clip here?
Sure.
Sorry if I'm scrolling down to the bottom. I know people have said a lot.
And we can, after the clip, we can go back and read some of the questions. And
his support was Steffa, Hey Kelt, Cat H, Molly.
Hey, Molly.
Welcome,
Molly.
welcome everyone. Let me just take this
Hey,
down.
Pelt.
Yeah. Hey, peace. Hey, yeah. I was gonna say I thought the white with pink words is the right one, not the black. That would
No.
like that's why it doesn't make sense to me because News Nation is pretty much on the ball, and that's why I'm confused because I literally just watched that from like 6 hours ago.
Well, I
And they
am
were
tired, but I am tired, so anything's possible. But I
well,
have
I was
gotten
gonna
the two
say,
confused. But I just watched. I'll look while we're watching that. I'll look it up. See
yeah,
if I can
because
find it.
I know I was there was a News Nation once because I just watched it before our live, and then I was confused too because I was like, well, this was only 6 hours ago, and they're showing this white pullover with with
Mm-hmm.
with pink words across it. So
Well, I could
yeah,
be wrong because I am so tired.
well, it's not even that you're wrong. It's just that maybe it really was the white one with the pink lettering, and it wasn't really the other one like they thought. Because it just seems odd that News Nation would have that wrong, considering
Mm-hmm.
News Nation is usually a lot. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
They're like
Yeah, that
one of the
could
more.
be. I'll look
Yeah.
it up while we're watching the video and correct
Okay.
it if I'm wrong.
So Crimezilla is saying the black one was stated at first. Now they are saying white one.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
would make sense to me based on what I just saw.
Okay, so the
Uh,
white one says odd future.
yeah, yeah,
And it's in pink lettering.
yeah. Okay, so let me quickly play this clip. I'll
Weird.
just be right back.
All right.
Deb, you can go have a nap for about a minute or so.
Below the back wiper blade. So that's the new info for you. Over the weekend, investigators revealing that Rodney was seen in a video the night she went missing wearing the sweatshirt you're seeing right there. It's white with pink lettering that reads Odd Future. The 16-year-old was last seen at a party with 200 to 300 other teens at Prosser Campground back on August 6th. In the week and a half since, crews have searched by ground, air, and in the water with no luck.
Every day is almost like starting back at square one.
Search efforts will pick up again tomorrow. Nearly 15,000 man-hours have been dedicated to the search for Kylie so far.
We're here at the Trafficking Recreation Center. This is just off Donner Pass Road, and this is really serving as the central hub for friends, family, and loved ones who are looking for Kylie. So I want you to take.
Okay.
Okay.
SP74, Sammy did describe her black bodysuit right. Did she mention a sweatshirt? I think that's where the initial sweatshirt description came from, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Which that again is weird, that if she was with her all night, she didn't know what color sweatshirt she had on. Where did that come from?
Absolutely. Oh, there's Alexa. Hi, Alexa.
Hey, Alexa. Hey. How are you, Alexa?
Yeah,
right,
you know what?
Stuff.
I want to play another clip of another case that happened in the same weekend that a couple disappeared. I had seen this case from the other day. I didn't realize it was virtually in the same place. So I'd like to play that clip as well because yeah, so let me quickly play that one as well and we'll be right back again.
Sounds good.
No luck. That's what upsets me, is just thinking since I'm her older sister, I've always been.
You know, the missing people were last seen driving a blue Ford Explorer with California plates. We did just receive an update from both agencies on their search efforts so far.
So we've been calling hospitals, we've been calling jails, we've been posting posters out there, asking people if they've seen anything.
But 9 days later, still no luck.
That's what upsets me, is just thinking since I'm her older sister, I've always been there to protect her. I just feel like I feel hopeless.
Tonight, the families of Jeanette Pantoja and Juan Almanza Zavala say they need more answers. The two, who dated for 8 years and were broken up, were last heard from on Saturday, August 6th, while on their way home after going to Reno together for the day.
There was never a time where she didn't tell us or communicated with us where she had been.
The Yuba City Police Department and the Nevada County Sheriff's Department are working together on the investigation. In a new statement tonight, police said both agencies are looking through cellular data, and the Sheriff's Office has been searching the areas surrounding last known phone pings, including any residences that were associated in rural Nevada County.
I feel like what the police are doing is not enough. I feel like they need to be doing more.
Jeanette and Juan's families tell us they are frustrated and want more resources and attention on this investigation.
Maybe like my case isn't that important, or, it's two lives we're talking about. So it should matter.
In the meantime,
we're not going to give up trying to find them, because there's two families that are suffering, my family, and I know her family is suffering, and we just both want them home.
And back out here live tonight, both agencies say they have received several tips from the community and they've looked through each of them, but so far none of those tips have produced any solid leads. So at this point, they're asking the public's help. If you know anything, to please come forward. We're live in Yuba City. Brittany Hope, KCRA 3 News.
Yeah, Brittany, thank you. And we have more on this. The two were last seen driving a 2002 blue Ford Explorer. We've got the license plate. Here it is, 4SN S072. As Brittany just said, if you think you may have seen it or you have any information on this case or these people, contact Yuba City Police or the Nevada County Sheriff.
Oh, so isn't that crazy that that's what they're saying in the News Nation? One was that, you have that couple and then the same weekend in the same geographical area, but they're not saying that they're connected. Just, it's very odd that.
Yeah, that almost sounds like because they had broken up and then they got together to go on a trip, maybe things didn't work out and
yeah, and that's probably one of those things that will turn out to be just a coincidence that both of them kind of just happened. It's so sad. I really hate that part of the true crime is knowing that these families are hurting. When you don't know what's happened, where they are, it has got to be the worst feeling as a parent, as a family member, regardless, but as your children, to know that they're out there, but you don't know where they are, if they're alive, if they're dead. It's so sad.
It's crazy. And I can't, the amount, I would be losing my mind. Dylan Round's mom has stayed so strong and done such a good job for her son. I admire her.
Absolutely.
But I would be falling apart.
Absolutely. But it's kind of one of those things, right? Is that, it's like she's definitely doing the stages, like how they would go, in a sense. She's, got all this, what do you want to say? Like all this built up energy in a sense, because she's fighting to find out what happened to her son, when realistically she just probably just wants to break down and type of, you know what I mean? And I'm sure she has, but it's like when it's kind of like Delphi, like how do you rest? Really, you can't really take it easy, and there's no day that goes by that they're just wanting not justice, or they want justice. I'm sorry for the girls, because not knowing that nobody's been arrested, and it's like they just can't move on to the next stage, I guess is what I'm trying to say there.
Right.
And same with what's her name? Sorry, Cooley. I'm forgetting her first name. I'm so tired. Candace Cooley. Right, like the family. It's like you can't move on to that next stage of the process because right now all our energy is being put into, getting people's attention, creating the awareness, creating, doing everything she can for her son. And yeah, like she has strength. She reminds me honestly of exactly how I would be. You don't take it lying down. You make sure that you just bring awareness. You keep, calling people, talking to people, getting, you know what I mean? And bring the story alive in a sense. Whereas so many stories get, make it on the news perhaps. And then, no one really knows again what happened too much. So, like I said, Dylan Rounds is, nationwide, and same with, Kylie's, but there's so many more families out there suffering the same with no answers.
Yeah, I'm gonna read some of the questions and comments in the chat about it. So Stephanie Robertson says yes, and how she talks about having a ride. Oh, this is in reference to Sammy. Talks about having a ride and then stating more than once that she was in the passenger seat. Right, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Crimezilla says she thinks the police are just letting her talk. Yeah, probably. Callie thinks she drove off the road into the water. Dave says, I can see why people don't say a lot. Exactly, Dave. Like Derek and, the Libby and Abby case. Because no matter what you say, people are going to look at it and under a magnifying glass. Absolutely. But there are some things that people say that do get your attention when they talk about somebody in the past tense, or they bring something up and keep reinforcing something. You have to wonder about that. Kat says she keeps inserting herself and wasn't truly her best friend. I don't know them, so I don't know, but I've heard that's the truth, that she wasn't her best friend. But isn't that so strange that she would say that? Maybe to her, Kylie was her best friend, but Kylie had other best friends.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see what else here that we haven't talked about. Midwest Meemaw says, I defended her at first, but the more I've seen, the more red flags fly up. Yep. She stated things should filter through her. I thought that was odd too. And I also heard the ex-boyfriend, oh gosh, what is his name? Jagger, that he said the police said things that he should filter the things through him. I don't even know.
Right, I remember that.
That just sounds odd to me. Tammy says,
isn't that kind of like Curly saying, don't give the information to the FBI, funnel it through me?
Yeah. Tammy says, I was going to say,
ridiculous.
Don't know about this girl, but this is the missing 16-year-old. Wasn't she 18? Was Kylie 16 or 18?
I thought she was 16, but let me see.
Maybe. Maybe it's Sammy that was 18. And I heard that Sammy is an emancipated, like she got emancipation
16.
from her parents.
Deb, 16.
Okay. Did you hear what I said about Sammy?
Something about emancipation from her parents.
Yeah. She has got emancipation from her parents.
She sounds like my older sister Paula. I'm going to put her in that same category. Kind of a narcissist, self-absorbed, kind of like a handful, I bet,
Yeah.
Self-righteous.
Yeah, they have not found her car. And the car is a 2013 Honda Civic, and the license plate is 8YUR127. So if you're in that area and you come across the, Honda Civic with that license plate number, you can call the tip line at 1-530-581-6320 to report it. And even surrounding area, because we don't know, right?
Yeah.
Somebody could be driving her if she has, fallen into a foul play situation. Somebody else could be driving her car.
Yeah, that's not true, actually, Connie. If Kylie ran off the road into the water, there would be an oil slick. That's not true.
Yeah, not necessarily.
I've seen it.
Yes,
Yeah.
there could be, but not necessarily.
Why would there be an oil slick? Which, like, I'm confused on that comment, actually.
I think that, car engines run on oil. So if it's submerged over a period of time, the oil could leak out, maybe.
Oh, I see what she's saying. Got it. There would be an oil slick, which could be seen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that would be true. I think maybe it's because I've watched a lot of Adventures with Purpose. Even though I know that they usually don't do fresh cases, but they have been down. They have done some where they've made their way out there. Chaos Divers, I know, has too. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's I get what she's saying though, but I don't know how exactly that would work myself, if there really would be a leak, because there would have to be a leak. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert in that at all, so.
Yeah, me either. See-through says, I know very little about the case, but the drinking from every cup that she said, Sammy said, I drink from every cup, that she did. Okay.
Yeah, I drank from every cup that she did.
Yeah, and that could be to throw anybody off of thinking that Kylie's drink was spiked, which is what I considered too. That, that's what I thought. I'm like, why are you making that like? And she could just be saying, I don't think that it was a case of that because I drank from her cup over and over. But it was just odd. Yeah. It was very odd. Molly says, anyone know if fentanyl was going around this party? ODs are so frequent with that. Right.
Well,
and it very well could be.
Yeah.
I mean there were 200 to 300 people there.
Yeah. Because they were, about 200 or 300 people from the different towns around there.
Meaning, and I think they said there were people from, like 2 and 3 hours away that came to it. It was highly publicized. That's why I think that you have to consider trafficking, because the fact that it was highly publicized, it wasn't just her high school and a couple of high schools around. It was highly publicized. People came from, 2 or 3 hours away. And like I said, if I was a trafficker, I'd think, hey, that's a primo spot for me to find some drunk girl to drag off, So we still have to consider that.
Boston, to me, that's just, I think, a common thing that, that would have been done, that they would have checked all the nearby campers. To me, that would just be one of those things that you would have to think that LE then would be negligent if they didn't do stuff like that. But I think that they're probably on top of all that stuff for sure.
I hope so. We've seen some odd things with the Delphi case, so. And I don't know how big is Truckee? How big is that area?
It was
a small town or a big?
I think it was that one 1,000 people, guys? Truckee? Wasn't it like 1,000 or something like that? A little over 1,000? I feel like it was really small when I remember hearing it. I'm just trying to remember if that was attaching to some other case or if that was correct. Well, I mean, it's just easy enough to Google, I guess. Truckee population. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's bigger than I thought. Okay, so obviously it was a different case I was thinking about. 16,000. Well, this is based on 2017. It's showing me. Oh, well, let's go to 2020. Anyways, so the population in 2017 was 16,666. So you're probably looking around what, the 20,000 area, close to. Oh, it actually, yeah, let's see. Yeah, they're only giving me to 2020, which is 16,666. So
Yeah.
close enough. 18,000 to 20,000 people, let's just say. So small, but I mean, when I lived in Whitecourt, Alberta, it was a population of about 13 to 15,000, and pretty much everyone knows, like a lot. If you didn't know someone, the other person did.
Yeah.
So this is just obviously just probably a little bit bigger. For the most part, most people would have seen them around, I'm sure.
So yeah, Crimezilla points out that she's been to Nevada and it's very hilly and a lot of roads are curvy there. Exactly.
Yeah, that was my thought originally, was okay. It reminded me of and I can't think of her name. It was a case that came up when I was doing Suzanne Morphew and Gonzo, and that went out there, and I can't think of the name all of a sudden. Either way, the mom drove over the it was curvy, and the mom drove over the cliff, and they found her vehicle like way down there. It was just one of those things. Tired, maybe she was tired. She would, let me put it this way: when she left, it was because she was upset, because I believe that her guy was cheating on her and blah 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 blah. So it doesn't. I don't know that it was an actual
she was probably driving erratically and
right, just probably maybe not thinking, and just went too fast. Yeah.
I just saw something, and where did it go? Oh, they said that at like 12:03, massive amounts of people left all at the same time from there, which makes me wonder if something happened. Like, why would all those people all leave? They said the place cleared out. So that's another thing that's kind of making me think something happened. And somebody else, I can't find it scrolling here, but somebody just said if it was a trafficking person, you would think there would be more than one person missing, that they would have taken more than one person. Very possible.
Yeah, I just don't feel that vibe for it myself.
She should have never been left at that party alone by her friends. Yes, Grace. Whatever happened to like the code of friends? Like, you don't leave anybody behind.
Like, yeah, I would never do that myself, but
and you don't let no one goes to the bathroom. This is the way girls are. You don't go to the bathroom by yourself. You don't leave your friend behind. Everybody sticks together.
The only thing is, though, when you're drunk, you're just saying, no, you go. I'll be fine. You go. Like, meaning people do that all the time too when they're drunk.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. That's kind of what happened with Natalie Holloway. In Aruba, is that she was drinking, and it was last night there, and she left with Joran Vandersloot and the two brothers. I can't think of their name right now. Can't say their name right now. Dalpo brothers or whoever. And was never seen again. And she was yelling out the window bye and stuff like that. And somebody should have stopped her. Somebody should have told an adult.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
yeah, it does happen.
Absolutely. Let's see. There was another party after 12:30 a.m.
Where was the other party? Does anyone know?
Yeah, maybe expand on that, Grace, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so if there was another party somewhere after 12:30, and maybe she was drinking. Maybe she went to her car and passed out and woke up and everyone was gone and some creeper was there. We don't know.
Right. Right, Molly. When you can't find the vehicle and it's been a few weeks, usually it means it's my gut would say typically too that if it's not gone over a cliff of any kind, then it's probably in a water somewhere.
Yeah. Alexa doesn't think it's related to trafficking either.
No, it's somewhere. It's not. It just doesn't feel like that vibe.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah. The only time I ever left anyone was I went down to Bloomington to see my boyfriend, who is my husband now, and my friend rode with me, and she went to see her boyfriend, and we were supposed to meet back at my husband's dorm, and she never showed up, and I called her boyfriend's dorm, and they did not answer. And this went on till 2:00 in the morning, and I had to go home. My parents were like, "Where are you?" And so, you know, I ended up driving home, but when I got home, and this was before cell phones, obviously, we called from his dorm room. When I got home, I called her parents and said I looked everywhere for her and called everywhere for her, couldn't find her, but she did call her parents, and I'm like, I did everything I could to find her. She was just hanging out at a party or something and didn't bother to come back when I asked her to.
Yeah. CD's in the house.
Hey, CD.
Miss you, buddy. Yeah.
Hey, Chaotic.
Yeah, Chaotic's in the house too. Oh, there's Adam. Adam's in the house. Hey, Adam. That's a good 15, 20 minutes late. How was the soccer game?
It's good. We won.
Was it?
Yeah.
Hey, you yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is my volume okay?
Yeah, it's good. I know. I want CD to come on a live with us soon.
I miss you.
I know.
Hey, Wanda.
He's one of my favorite people.
Hey, Alexa. It's good to see you back.
Yeah, Alexa's back too. Sloop, what's up with what's going on with
you?
Sloop? Hey?
My Alexis just went, oh, it's good to see you too.
Oh. Yeah. And then Hoodis is in the house. And have you taken your X-Lax yet, Hoodis?
It's funny.
Private joke.
Just making sure she's going to be okay this weekend.
So, Deb, I'm sorry I missed your story. Was that about your friend?
Yeah.
That was about me and my friend back in the days.
All right.
Yeah. We were just, thank you, Callie.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Callie.
You know what I've not done all night?
It's gloss.
You know what? I could use a gloss myself. Callie, thank you for starting that off. I could have used it. Gonna take it tonight. Okay, Hoodis.
So we just been Adam talking about the Kylie case.
Thank you, Kelly.
And going over things that we know about it, and what is your take on it?
We know I don't know any updates as of like 5 o'clock today. Yeah, I don't know. I was actually trying to. I was texting a friend of mine about it tonight, and she was like, "Oh, I think I heard about that." And I was like, "Well, you need to you need to research it and learn about it so that we can talk about it."
Which case?
Kylie.
Oh, okay.
And,
hello.
I was too busy looking at CD's comment about chicken wings and potatoes.
Oh, yum.
CD, don't make promises you're not going to keep.
I was going to say, I literally read that sentence going, CD, we always know that doesn't happen. He always says that. We love you, but we also, we don't fall for that anymore.
It's too busy for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we love him more than he loves.
Let's see which retired law enforcement officer gets to us first tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Steve who's fishing. Jason Slagle always says, I swear I'm going to get a new phone. Da, 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 da. CD, well, CD's all about the kids and, changing the diapers and carrying them in his arm and coping with COVID.
He is an awesome dad.
Yes.
Oh,
hopefully everyone is all better and recovered at CD's house.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
I love CD from the moment I met him. Because when I met him, it was on Sleuth's channel. And actually, Sleuth, thank you, Sleuth, for always being that person that invited us onto your channel. And twice. And so we always appreciate that. And same with JoJo Ballistic for me. JoJo's from the Suzanne Morphew case. But wait, no,
Chaotic, you're in here. You've had me on a few times.
Support with Steffa. I've been on her show now. So I gotta add that in there. But CD,
I didn't see that.
Hey,
I didn't see that.
I know. You know what? I said I was going to record it, but I think I can just bring it over. To be honest with you, because it was 3 hours, yeah, and I keep forgetting to do it. But anyway,
You salute.
I'm salute. I try. Oh, how I try, Adam. I got work husbands, online husbands. Where do they all fit in? Where do I have all this time? I know. I just don't have time for everybody. But anyway.
It won't be long before Deb runs off with John Kelly. So
I do like to watch John Kelly and Cop Facts. But
yeah.
Besides our show, my favorite show is Sleuth Intuition.
Whoa.
I love his cadence. I love the cadence of his show. It's smooth. I like to watch it.
Nah.
You just sit back, you roll up little Libby, and you just.
No.
Who's Sleuth again?
He always comes on when I'm shopping. So I'm like shopping and listening through my, hearing aid thingies.
Well, he comes on. Considering he comes on at different times every day, you must shop a lot, Deb.
Yeah, I was going to say
I
that.
do.
But she's definitely Adam. But she definitely doesn't know how to buy a cord for her phone or microphone.
Right. You've had that microphone. You've had that microphone for 4 months.
Wait, let me finish my thing quickly.
If I get that microphone going, then I will overshadow you guys. So I gotta lay back.
Wait, Adam, did you know that they stack shit that high? Do you know, Adam?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I know. I just heard verbal diarrhea. That's all I was saying.
You guys are both like squirrels.
Yeah.
Deb, I told you. I was like, Deb, look, see right here. This is what you need.
I know what I need.
I was like, I even have an extra one, and I was like, I'll send it to you.
All right.
Deb won't give me your address.
This show is about to go from 0 to 100 in a minute. Let's pick on Deb.
Can you finish your thought?
Oh yeah, my thought still. Let's go back to CD because I wanted to finish that thought. I met CD on Sleuth's channel. Everything that came out of his mouth, I was like, dude, you're literally speaking my language. Like you're using the same words, just everything. And I was just like, yeah. And he was just real. When he talked, he just talked real. You know what I mean? When people try to act up more so for shows and try to be on their best behavior and in a sense, and try to portray. Yeah, Adam knows exactly what I'm talking about. But you know what I mean? And then there's people, including myself, who just literally speak from the hearts. It's not about, you're not trying to impress anyone or You're just being you. And you're just telling it like it is, calling a spade a spade. And it's just that type of real to me, I love. And the fact that he was talking like me, I was like, dude, get out of my brain. Like you're in my space here.
Some people call that having no filter.
Did you hear this, CD? No. Who's that blonde?
I'm just teasing you. I love both of you.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
2 things really quick. You both look beautiful tonight, by the way. Deb, your hair looks really good. Sonny, your top, and you look good.
I can't believe that, Adam. I've been carrying furniture and crap into a college apartment all day.
I really like what your hair's doing today.
I don't even know what it's doing. It's like
I know, mine neither.
It looks good.
But you know what,
Thanks.
Deb? It's one of those things where when you're tired and you feel like you look like shit, in a sense, that's when you get the most compliments. Oddly enough,
Right.
it's
The
usually
best
how it
thing is
goes.
the best thing is when you have a day when you're like, oh, I look pretty good today, and then someone goes, "Are you feeling okay?
Yeah,
You look
you're right.
Are
You
you
look
tired?"
tired. Yeah, absolutely.
And I just want to answer really quickly. I want to answer see-through. No, I still have 5 boxes sitting in the entryway of my condo. So,
Oh, you're talking about your ex is what boxes?
Yeah. Yeah. We have not.
I would give him an ultimatum. Pick him up by this date or I'm donating him.
Adam's team.
Yeah. You know, it's easy. It's one of those things that's easy not to think about, and it's easier not to deal with than to deal with. So
I like dealing with
it there. But
Yeah.
but no, I just wanted to answer see-through's question. So, but thank you for asking.
Yeah. And you can ask next year again, and he's going to give you that same answer.
Right.
Yeah, but maybe they move from the hallway back into storage. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know what I would throw my bag down on at this point.
I know,
I'd have to
right?
get, like, an
Sometimes
entryway table.
right. Trust me, if my husband can leave something on something, he will. Like, it's ridiculous. I'll find a plate sitting on top of the freaking cat,
Oh, well, no, I don't do that. But
thing. Or see, like, seriously. And I'm just like, honey, it's called the kitchen. It's called the kitchen. And then I'll sit there. Okay, so you know what his great excuse though was? On the top of his computer, right? On top of his computer desk was freaking like a McDonald's drink or freaking takeout thing on both sides, right? And I was like cleaning up, and I was like, I looked over at his computer desk, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like both sides of the top layer is just, it's like his big towers that up top and then there. And then you know what he says to me? He goes, "That's so Montana won't jump on top of them on to the tower." I was like, bullshit.
That's a man's reasoning.
Bullshit. Like, really? I know. I was just like, I called him out on that. I was just like, honey, come on. Really? Montana's going to jump up there one way or the other, regardless, and knock over that crap that you're calling the cat blocker. Yeah. I was just like, my husband can find a place to put something down, whether it's a sock on a freaking light bulb up, it doesn't matter.
Well, Sonny, what have you? Do you want to tell everyone what you have found covering your webcam before?
Yeah, well, which my bra, socks, underwear, doesn't matter. All of a sudden, my husband will just fling it over, and I'm just like, "What the heck you doing?" He's like, "Well, just in case the camera's on," and I'm like, "I realize I caught your ass once accidentally, honey, but you shouldn't have sat up at the same time that I screwed up, right?" But but he was even doing it before that. I come back and like my bra's just hanging over the camera, and I'm just like, honey, really, don't touch my camera, okay? It's off. No one's looking at you. It's only when I was actually on the computer. But
Right.
yeah, so he's always paranoid that
Yeah.
the camera's gonna be on. Yeah.
Yeah, and I will take care of the boxes, everyone. I know I need to. It's just one of those things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that last string. I need to cut it.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you answer my question, Adam?
I did
what
not.
are your theories on
I was trying to
Kylie?
Distract from that. No, I don't know. It's hard because I think I'm probably in the unpopular opinion that I don't have any crazy suspicions over her friend Sammy or her ex-boyfriend Jagger, and I feel like the more and more streams I watch and the more things I watch about it, I feel like everyone does nothing but condemn Sammy and Jagger. And now this Ronnie person that I guess that had called into Ikamel's stream a few times, who's now getting death threats apparently.
There's a shocker of the true crime or the internet.
And who is that? Yeah, who's the Ronnie person? I haven't heard about them.
Ikamel's is a YouTube channel, and he had a guy call in pretty quickly after everything happened, and and I get there's some weird, like, I don't buy everything with his story because he's this like 33-year-old guy that says his 2 cousins were at the party with Kylie. And that they said she was really drunk. But then the details of his story start to really get really muddled. Like he says things about how she was drunk all night and how she was drunk since 8 o'clock, but we know she didn't get there till 10. So I'm like, there's just all sorts of weird,
it's someone repeating
and
something.
The last time he was at a party there was in 2012, which would have been when he was 23, he said he was 29. And then he said the last time he went to a party at that campground was when he was 23 in 2012, which that math doesn't add up. So, there's just a lot of little weird things about his story that don't add up. Plus it's third person hearsay. But, this whole thing with Sammy and Jagger, I just feel, I don't know. I feel a little bad for them actually, because I think that Sammy's problem is that her personality is that I think she is who she is. I think that's probably her personality. I don't think that it's her inserting herself into the case to hide something. I just think
her personality doesn't bother me. But
I can see where the red flags come from.
She has said some odd things.
She does. I feel like, I do feel like, she has tried to control some of the narrative. And every red flag people talk about, I get and I see, but I can find reason behind them.
Yeah.
And, in my mind, I'm like, this is still an 18-year-old girl.
Yeah.
I feel like we're not giving the girl enough grace.
Yeah.
And Jagger wasn't there to our knowledge. And I feel like, again, it's always easy to blame a boyfriend or an ex-boyfriend. And I feel like, again, we're not giving the kid enough credit or grace to realize they're not going to react the same way that Kelsey German gets criticism for every little thing she does. Everything Sammy says or does, just because you might find the fact that she laughs or smiles when she says something in a way, is the same stuff I hear with Kelsey German.
But this is the same thing I said this last week. Remember, whoever it was got offended by it. And it's just because it's people are bringing up things that have mean nothing. Big deal if something she said doesn't, whatever. It's the whole point is, unless you absolutely feel like she was part of it, yourself, but it's no different than the BG. You guys just, the trivial stuff means nothing to me. And so I think the same thing. I get no red flags because Sammy means nothing to me in the sense of, do I think she had any part of it? No. So what do I care more than that? In a sense, I don't care if she flips her hair the wrong way, left or right that day, and somebody thinks that's suspicious. Don't care. It just seems so trivial in the scope of things. The focus is Kylie type thing. And if somebody wants to think that she's part of it, go right ahead, But it's just when people make something out of nothing. It reminds me of a pack of wolves jumping on someone because they don't really like how they're saying things, what they're saying, and they're instantly making, lives based around, Sammy.
Well, I think it's human nature to want to find answers, and you want to find explanations and reasoning behind things we don't have answers and explanations for. I think that's human nature at its core. And so I think that this is a case where we have very, very, very few confirmed facts. I feel like there's very few things that have been 100% verified. And I think that, so people have now for 11 days taken the information that has been out there and they're doing with it what they can. And who have been the two most prominent people that have been vocal and out there are Sammy and Jagger. So everything they've done and said has been broken down, analyzed, overanalyzed, repeatedly overanalyzed. Because just like Delphi, we're working with such a small pool of actual information that people are taking those few facts and they're trying to find answers and reasoning behind them when they may have nothing to do with any of it.
I think that you know, to say that, oh, that person's guilty, I think they did it, blah, 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 is wrong. But I think that we can't just take the side of somebody that we have not much information about, because we don't know them. We can have a feeling about them, but we can't say, you know, no, they didn't do it, or yes, they did do it, based on the few things that they're saying.
Correct.
But we can also need to keep, you know, that open, that there's been some odd things said and done, not just like talking about her in the past tense. That sends off a red flag. So, you know, we have to look at the whole picture and not jump to that conclusion, but just say, okay, this is here. Let's look at that.
I agree. And, you know, and she, you know, she's put herself out there, and she has put herself front and center. I mean, I know she's pulled back in the last like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
But
probably a good idea on her part.
Well, yeah, I mean, because, you know, but
well,
I feel like if you have an idea in your head of what you think about someone, you're going to then take anything they say, and you're going to imply your impression or thoughts on them already into what they're saying. Yeah. So I mean, to where, you know, if someone talks about someone in the past tense, that could be a slip of the tongue, because I mean, you know, I mean, there's a poll question about, you know, do you think Kylie is alive, or do you think she's deceased? You know, so I mean, after 11 days of no one finding the girl's car or her,
83% say deceased at this moment from our poll.
Yeah. But I don't have a feeling. I don't have anything against her either way, but I am going to keep looking at what people say, and, you know, reading.
Yeah. And that's fair.
What I think. Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, I could care less about it, but but Deb might hurt you. I don't care. Yeah.
I mean, if Sammy had something to do with it, you know, I'll be the first person to be like, oh, I was wrong, you know, that I didn't have red flags raised.
Hold on.
But, you know, of course, so, she might not. It is fair.
Yeah. You a counselor?
She might know what happened. Well, you know, it's not necessarily that she did it. Maybe she knows what happened, or maybe she just feels is coming off weird because she feels bad that she, you know, went off with somebody else and left her friend there. We don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? But we do need to move on. It's an hour and 7 minutes. I wanted to next get into the DNA, the thing that you had put in our thing, Adam. Did you watch it at all? Because we haven't. I can play it. Do you want me to play it first?
I thought we could play it.
Okay.
And we can read a little thing about it. I would like to give props really quick to Cold Truth, because she is the one that brought this technology to my attention.
All right.
Thank you, Mel.
So she was doing a show last night, and it's actually not new technology. It's from 2013, but it has advanced extremely in the last couple of years. And I just found it really, really fascinating when I read about it, and when I watched the little video that explains it better than I'm going to.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see you in a second. I'll just play it.
And this is called this is the M-Vac. It's called M-Vac DNA Technology.
Okay.
Say that again. It's called what? M-Vac?
M-Vac. Like M''VAC.
Cool.
My name is Jared Bradley. I'm the president of M-Vac Systems. We have the most innovative and newest wet vacuum-based forensics DNA collection system. This is a tool that they need to have in their arsenal.
Solving a crime for me, as in working with a law enforcement agency, means we get the perpetrators off the streets, bringing closure to families and to victims of crime. The M-Vac helps solving crime in several ways. One would be touch DNA. Oftentimes we'll have victims that are grabbed or touched and we can't see the touch DNA. And by using the M-Vac, we are able to extract that touch DNA so that hopefully we'll get the profile of the perpetrator or the suspect.
My career as a law enforcement officer, I've seen a number of different technological advances that have adjusted or changed the way we collect evidence. DNA has been such a huge advance for us in being able to solve crimes. And that's what's so nice about the M-Vac system. The M-Vac system is as important an advancement to DNA as DNA is to the forensic fields itself. The M-Vac system allows us to find evidence, DNA evidence specifically, where we've never been able to get it before.
More and more jurors are being very critical of testimony evidence. They want to have that extra assurance, and DNA can provide that extra assurance. M-Vac works very well with regards to where DNA gets under the fabric. M-Vac is able to retrieve that DNA, and so it becomes very valuable on certain pieces of evidence. This is simply a method of collection. We're not analyzing the material, we're not extracting it, we're simply trying to retrieve DNA evidence from places where we couldn't do it with a typical swabbing.
Without the M-Vac tool in our toolbox, we certainly wouldn't have had the ability to obtain these DNA profiles that were pivotal to solving cases that have come through our lab. Because the samples that we're dealing with can be so small and still develop a DNA profile, this powerful tool that we're getting in the M-Vac is a collection device that has allowed us to get past these kind of obsolete methods of collection. And it is something that gives us a more powerful tool that we can use to employ on certain evidence types.
Agencies and crime labs need to have their own system and have it available for when these cases come in. They're time sensitive. They'll be able to move them forward.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought so. Just another way to enhance or try to get DNA.
Right. And so the way that it works,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's what I was going to ask.
It works almost like a vacuum, and so what it does is it's able to swab anything, whether it be a porous or non-porous surface. So I mean, clothing, undergarments, surfaces as far as like a table or a bullet, anything. And even if there are mixed DNA profiles, it's able to separate them and pick them up in a much greater precision than traditional DNA swabbing, to the point where I think you need, is it 16 markers that you need?
I think so.
Yeah.
Something, and whereas I know, almost every human being share like 9 markers. So I mean, what's the rumor in Delphi that the rumor has always been that it's touch DNA and they had 11 to 13 markers.
Yeah.
So something like this, I feel like, when I heard about it, I was like, I mean, who knows? They may have used this technology in Delphi and then we just don't know of it. But I feel like it's something that, if you've got what we all believe to be an imperfect DNA profile, this could be something that could be hugely beneficial. And again, it's a private company. I don't know what kind of barriers they have as far as states. I don't know if there's certain states that don't use private DNA retrieving services or not, but I found it interesting. And when Mel brought it up last night in her live, talking about a different case, which was Shannon Polk, which has been an unsolved homicide of an 11-year-old in Alabama since 2001, I believe. That's where she brought it up, and she was talking about the benefits that it could have provided in that case.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly what ISB has done or hasn't done. I do know that when Paul Holes offered his services to them, they declined him. They said that basically that they don't need him. Like they're good. So that tells me that, at least it tells me that,
Has that changed though?
Has what changed?
That they that they declined the services.
Yeah, that was not too long ago, really. Murder
Okay.
Sheets put that out, though.
Oh, they did?
Not too long ago. Yeah. Murder Sheets was talking about it, how Paul Holes, offered his, knowing that he's done a lot of good, but he offered his services, and they basically said, thanks, but we don't need that type of help, in a sense, meaning that as if to say that that they're good with that part. They know what they seem to know. And I think it's just a matter of, I think that they just need to put the nail in the coffin is what they do. What they need. They need that crucial part. At least that's how I keep thinking about it. Could be wrong, but that's just how I see things personally.
Right. I just think, if there's a missing piece in what you referred to as the nail in the coffin, I was just trying to look at what could get us to the possibility of an arrest being made with the with the likelihood of a conviction, if they can't get to that, to the
right.
nail in the coffin they're searching for. And if advancement in DNA has been made, or some or an unused resource in DNA, because that seems to be something that is usually a nail in the coffin.
Well, you would hope that they would be doing everything in the advanced technology, and that's why I was going to
right. And analysts, that you're correct. It sucks up touch DNA. It's very efficient, and in the past couple of years, because it's been around since I believe I believe it was they came out with it in like 2008. In 2013 it became widely available, but in the last year or two there have been even more advancements in the technology that they use with M-Vac, which is what led me to want to talk about it.
So the rumor is, you said that they have the touch DNA, but only 11 to 13 markers.
That's what's always been that's not confirmed. That's 100%. That's
right.
100% a rumor, speculation. So don't run and say that
right.
I'm saying that verbatim, but that's always just been kind of what I've heard.
Right. That's what I said. That's the rumor.
It's the rumor, but then you hear the one high-ranking official saying that they don't have DNA. And I'm thinking what he means by that was that they didn't have DNA.
Who said? Is that somebody you talked to? Is that? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, remember that video that I played from what I said was the high-ranking official. I didn't play it. I only played the one part where it said they don't have DNA. So that was from a high-ranking officer, in a sense. That, let me put it this way.
In Carroll County or ISP?
Yeah, Carroll County. Right. Yeah, in Carroll County. See, because the person has members in the police, right? The LE. So hence why this person would have, say, someone talking. So that's why I played, or I just, typed it out what was said. But that was.
I was trying to remember the story because it's been a while. So it's someone that you were talking to, and they said
they recorded.
Gotcha.
They recorded the high-ranking official talking about it with themselves, which is right. And then that person gave it to me, so I know exactly where it comes from. So I know exactly what it has.
But that could also be inferred as being they might. They don't have any DNA, or they don't have DNA, could be meaning they don't have DNA, or they don't have useful DNA. I can see where someone said we don't have DNA, meaning we just don't have good DNA.
Well, and right. I mean, the way it was said is that's the only part I think I played of the tape. The way it was said is they don't have any DNA. As if it was saying that, they might have gotten a piece of DNA off of something like dog hair that they were trying to figure out. Tony
or
Klein's.
like a
but,
weird piece of the clothing, like they've said, like a sleeve
you
or
know,
something.
yeah.
So
Anna,
Alexa said she personally doesn't think there is DNA in the Delphi case, but with 11 markers, you could do a profile. So my question that I've been sitting here running through my mind is, with 11 to 13 profile markers, is that why it would be confusing as to who exactly it was? They might know that it's someone in the family related to each other, but can't distinguish which one it is because they don't have a full set of markers.
Right. Because I mean, with 11 to 13, you're only going to be your margin of error is going to be high, much higher. You know, as far as like than if you have like 16 or more.
But with that, you could probably tell that it's somebody that's related.
I don't know if you can get as close to
your suspect.
Maybe, yeah. No, I know. Like analysts that said here, there's a new federal bill just passed, Grassley Joyner Cotton bill. Federal government can be called into all cold cases, and the problem with that is something has to be a cold case before that bill takes effect. And law enforcement, we know, are notorious for not wanting to deem something as a cold case because then they have to release all of the files and make them available. So I understand both sides of that. And we know with Delphi, they've been very adamant that this is not a cold case, regardless of what we may think.
Right.
How would he know? How would Fig know if they had 6 markers?
Yeah.
And maybe that's true, but you know, so I mean, so you know, we've heard what 11 to 12, we've heard 6, so I think we have heard high-ranking officials as well say they 100% have DNA. They, you know, weren't sure if it was from the killer or who it was from, but it was from an unidentified individual.
Right.
Holman said that. Carter said it.
This is hence why they took Tony's dog.
But we don't know what it is, and we don't know how useful it is.
Yeah.
Which is why I wanted to bring up the M-Vac thing, because it could possibly be a tool they could use to get to the point where they can better understand those answers.
Okay. I want to show the video that CD just sent me on that M-Vac again, if you guys don't mind. We'll quickly watch that one and see if it has a little bit more. One sec. One sec here.
Yeah, I'll see. I do. Yeah, I'll see. I think they have DNA. I just don't think they have useful DNA.
Sorry, give me 1 sec. I opened it up and now I can't find my own shit. Just 1 sec.
Traditional collection methods primarily collect DNA material from the surface or top of a substrate. But when the substrate is rough, porous, or the DNA is spread over a large area, they can fail to collect sufficient levels to generate a viable profile. The M-Vac system is a wet vacuum-based forensic DNA collection system that sprays a sterile solution onto any surface and collects the DNA material, even when the DNA is difficult to collect from the fibers, cracks, and crevices. This method has been shown to collect up to 200 times more DNA than traditional methods. The M-Vac has been successful even after a traditional sample method has been tried. Every investigator knows the more quality DNA collected, the better the chances for a viable profile. With the advent of wet vacuum collection, investigators can now look at negative past results and ask, was there no DNA material on that surface? Or did the method used just not collect it? If it's the latter, then they know they need to utilize the M-Vac. The M-Vac system is helping investigators solve more crime through better forensic DNA collection. The M-Vac can provide new life for an investigation and a better chance to solve the case.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, like, you know, like that would be cool if, like, let's say the saliva, the spit that comes naturally out of your mouth that you don't normally see or something like that, you know, was to hit part of the clothing. Like that seems to me like that's would be exactly what that would do, would be like suck out that, you know, DNA that was transferred over to the clothing like that. Whereas, yeah, whereas the swab can only do so much and and whatever else they do, I don't know. But it seems very cool. You know, it's like I said, the vacuum kind of sucking below the fibers in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, it could be nothing. I just found it really interesting, and I told Mel, I said, hey, I might steal this info, just so you know.
Mel, he stole it, just so you know.
It is interesting, and I hope that they can, you know, utilize it in the Delphi case in some way, maybe.
Right. If they haven't already tried, we don't know. You know,
yeah.
It was just something that I hadn't heard about, and it was something that when I researched and I realized there had been advancements in it in the last couple of years, I found that really interesting, and so I just wanted to share it.
Well, you know that it must be a dog. You know, because you would know that they obviously would be able to tell what kind of hair that's from. And it's obviously not Tucker's hair. And that would make sense, of course, what Klein's friend was saying about the dog, and they took the dog but gave it back, you know, because obviously probably the DNA didn't match probably. And so they're looking for, you know, someone that in a sense had that dog with that hair. Because they would know if it was a pig or this or that. Yeah. Like I said,
another aspect of the M-Vac technology that I thought was interesting was that it's highly effective in separating profiles. And so, if you have a DNA sample and it contains multiple people's DNA, it has I think a 67 to 70% higher effective rate, according to them, in separating the profiles.
See, that would be great if they did use it or if they haven't, because of the fact that, you know, law enforcement said there was a lot of blood at the scene. So obviously from the girls, that would definitely be a great tool for them.
Yeah. Well, we'll just send off the link there to Doug Carter.
Just call him up there, Sonny.
You know what? Yeah, I know.
Hey,
right?
Doug, do you know about this?
Yeah, I mean him like that, right? Obviously.
Yeah, we can have our mutual friend, you know, just pop in the restaurant when she sees him next.
Yeah. Hey, Alexa, you ready to come on and do a live soon with us? Now that you're back in action.
I would say, is Alexa back in New York?
Yeah.
I know she's been gone.
Alexa worked or is still working in crime scene.
Right. Oh, see through. Yeah, BG did not look like he was wearing gloves. So.
And see, I sometimes look and think that he looks like he could be wearing.
Okay, Deb, let's not go down that rabbit hole tonight.
Yeah. I know. I get why.
Yeah, we only go down your rabbit holes.
Yeah. Oh, get owned. I'm just gonna sit back and I'm just gonna.
You go down that rabbit hole, Deb. I'll just pile the dirt in after you.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, I get why Deb. I get it because I went through that same long freaking rabbit hole for a long time. Because at one point I'm convinced it's a hand because of what looks like nails and fingers. And then you watch the video and you realize that it's not a freaking hand. Then you look at it again and you're like, seriously, this looks like a hand holding the jacket in a sense on all the crap that's in it. And then you watch it again and you're just like, no, because a hand just doesn't do those things. And I can tell in that pouchy thing that he has, or whatever, I'll call it a pouch because to me it's some sort of freaking little pouch. I don't want to call it the what's that freaking money belt kind of thing. I don't want to call it that, but I want to call it like it's some sort of suede-y looking, leathery looking pouch, and I can see where it has this kind of like, I'll call it like a canoe kind of shape to it in a sense. At the very top, there's like you can see where either it's because it's soft and it's indented and it's creating that kind of, swoop in it. Like think of a canoe, how a canoe looks, right?
Mhm.
So in the top of it, if you really inspect, and I know you guys don't really like dig as deep as I do when it comes to this shit, but if you really truly like bring that sucker in closer and you get the right picture, there's a swoop in it.
Swoop, there it is.
Swoop, there it is. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't want to call it a fanny pack. I don't think of it like a fanny pack at all. I think of it more like a worker, some sort of, whether it's a hunting pouch of some sort or this, not a fanny pack.
I've gone back and forth so many times on whether it's some kind of leather Swedish pouch or a Swedish work glove, or is it just a sweatshirt hanging out the end? I mean, it's just crazy going over it. I go back and forth.
Analysts said layers of clothing, gloves, a scarf around the face, and could have protected the Delphi killer from leaving very much DNA. Then see-through said, prepare to put your hands in your pockets while you're wearing gloves, or is that just me?
Well, that's just the thing, is that in that picture, that's why when I look at it and think it's a glove, I think that his hand is not in his pocket on that side. He's holding, like underneath, holding up something.
Correct.
Right. Kylie said that's what I think too, Anna. The killer was totally covered with gloves on. So yeah, very mixed.
Yeah. Exactly. And we can kind of, talk about it all day long. And guess what? Maybe someone will have the Cadbury secret one day, but I've looked at this myself and I get pissed off every time. I still spend time during my downtime. Like last night, for instance, I'm actually doing a video and I was going to do it really quick. And I'm not finished it yet, but I was going to show you more so the camera on top of the head. Because there are tons of pictures that I do. I just don't share them with you guys because it's just my own work that I just kind of like to do myself. And if I feel like it's something of true substance, I'll bring it out. But I'm always fighting for that one shot or those couple shots that go, here it is, clear as day. Because I just realized that no matter how much hard work I do to bring it forth, there's going to be a couple people that will understand it. At the end of the day, as long as I understand it and see what it is, that's all really that matters to me, because people create a lot of stuff out of nothing. And you work so hard to bring it.
Say that again. Say that again.
Which part?
People create a lot of stuff out of nothing. That is so true.
Yeah.
Would you like to take the opportunity to say it's your opinion?
Yes.
No. In my humble opinion. No. But it's true. I mean, I see it all the time, and it's like, I don't like just to look at something and go, oh my God, I mean, like that one video, Old MacDonald had a farm circled with a little horse and stuff like that. People, there's so many things that people make out of nothing, but I don't like to do it that way. I like to really look at something, and that glove thing, that whatever you want to call it, a pouch thing, it is very deceptive, and it's so deceptive. And you know what? I would love to be that person that goes, you know what, guys, I can tell you exactly what that sucker is one day, because that's how hard I look at it. And I haven't had the ability. I can get certain images out of it, but that's how I feel about most of the bridge guy in a lot of ways, that no matter how much I can see that there's cords, I can absolutely see, the headphones, I can see the camera image, around it. I can see the deception that people see. I can see the cords that go down the arms and are near the hip and stuff like that. I can see those because they basically look like USB cords is what they actually are, you know. But then there's other things that trick your brain, that you think you're seeing something, but it's really not anything. But
like who just said it's an anomaly.
There's a lot of anomalies, absolutely. So I don't want to show anomalies, like things that aren't actually accurate, because even my eyes can get tricked. So, but I'm aware of that, you know. So I'm always looking for those images, you know, and then like I said, I like to show them. So my next video that I'm putting out, I was working on it yesterday as well. I'm going to show you the Digger X's video. I don't care what anyone says. That video, regardless, is from the ISP website, and it's just literally no different than when I've done it myself, bringing it in closer emotions. So same thing. And then I've freeze frame certain spots, and then I've snapped pictures of certain spots, because it seems so unlikely. Yeah, you can see a camera. You absolutely can see a camera. Now that's the whole thing. The LE was looking for a knife that was purchased. They were looking for video cameras, whatever that were purchased. Okay, so that was something from early on. And the thing is that it's not like it's true. So what are the chances that the solo BG, and you guys all know who my POI is, but regardless, what are the chances that Mr. Solo Act himself went out there, was able to capture the moment on the camera, and, you know, like, do you know what I mean? It feels like this person would be like a quadruple, you know, a threat, that he could do all of this, manage to have it all done within 45 minutes to an hour's time, you know, and create a setup. He could, you know, capture the moment on, you know, pictures and video, whatever. And like I said, we know Garrett Kurt talks about the tape and stuff like that. And you can literally legitly see the camera on top of his head. I will break that down for you more in my next video. Sometimes I just do a lot of work and I get unappreciated for the work when I put it out here. Because some people appreciate it and a lot of people don't. It's meaning that's why if I keep stuff to myself, it's because at the end of the day, it's for my knowledge. I'm doing the work because I'm trying to figure it out myself. And if I share it, you know, it's in hopes. It's just that it takes a lot of work to do this stuff, you know, and I've done this work and I've already proven to myself the BG and all that stuff. You know, I hate to be repetitive, but it gets really annoying that you work so hard and people are so unappreciative of your work. And it makes you not want to do it as much because it's not like someone's paying me to do this. I'm doing this because I care about Abby and Libby and I just want to see justice, you know. So it takes a lot of time to do this stuff. And people don't understand that. They come in here, they want to bitch and whine about stuff. Not saying you guys, I'm just saying in general. They want to bitch and whine about stuff. You put in hours and hours and hours of work, you know. So what makes me want to keep showing it, my work all the time and work all those hours just for it to be unappreciated? When at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to make a difference is that LE and FBI, whoever, makes an arrest on somebody at some point, you know. So
Sonny, are you saying you've done research?
That would be the word.
Because there's a rumor going around that you haven't.
Oh, yeah, you know, I know. I don't know where I even thought for one second that I did research.
Yeah.
My God, how silly of me. No.
You've done tons of research.
Yeah.
This is a question I'm sorry, Deb, go ahead.
I was just going to read a question. Go ahead, Adam.
I was going to read. I pulled up. This is a question I would like to hear CD's opinion on as well. CD, in your opinion, would it be difficult to have the girls fighting him and for no DNA to be transferred? So that is something I'd like to hear CD or CD's opinion on. So, sorry, Debbie, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, law enforcement said that there was no struggle, so.
Well,
I think I think there was an attack that they didn't expect, and I think he put them out of commission very quickly.
Right. But he didn't do that without touching
Or
them.
they. Do you think it's one
Let's
solo
be
person?
honest, be honest, they didn't do it without touching them.
I think that it could be one solo person. There could have been a cleanup helper to clean and up and fix the situation. I mean, I'm mixed. There could have been more than one person.
Right. I like analysts that's, comment here about it. If the killer had planned to use a knife, he may have well planned to wear gloves so the blade slipped. Because that's something that's very common that happens, if someone uses a knife in an attack, it's easy to cut yourself when you're using such force with a blade. Usually the hilt of the knife, which is the bottom part of a knife, it's very common for that to dig in and cut you in your hand that you're using, because when you're using force against anything, the bottom of that blade is going to push down and cut your hand. So that is very possible that the gloves would have been used in that aspect.
Yeah.
Now, I think 12-inch pizza had a question.
It's one person. I highly doubt
Yeah,
that.
it was before that actually, but I don't see it now.
Yeah.
I think it would be hard for one person to get all that done if that area was, where they found the girls, if there was a lot of stuff there.
Oh,
right.
I think that could be hard for one person to do all of that, but I definitely think that one person did the act of killing.
Yeah. I knew Sunny would appreciate this question, so I wanted to make sure I highlighted it for her.
Which one?
The one on the screen right now.
Oh, she already addressed that one.
Oh, the camera?
Yeah, I already addressed that.
Okay.
I am making a video, and again, I'm gonna show you, but people out there have to use, their critical thinking and understand what I'm showing.
You've got a wager here.
Want to bet?
Want to bet what?
What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet?
We're not sure.
One person.
Oh, you think so? And so unless you're the BG himself.
We know that 12 cut piece is not. He's been around. Stephanie says, I think there was more than one. So, this could be like a group wager.
I know. So considering that Doug Carter has even slipped up a few times and saying they. So what's your bet? Because I'll bet anyone my evidence over their evidence any day.
Annie up, 12 cut pizza.
Yeah, come on. Put your words where, your mouth where your words are, in a sense. So
be careful. Just don't wager too much, Sonny. You've already got that $1 wage against Todd.
Oh, I know about the glasses, with the BG and his glasses.
You don't want to put yourself out there.
Yeah.
OCD said during the processing of the crime scene, investigators located unknown fibers and unidentified hairs, which may be later to use for comparison, and similar fibers and hairs. Number 8 on Ron Logan's search warrant for DNA. But CD, we want to know your answer to the question we asked.
CD's coming on. I dropped him the link. He told me to drop the link.
Okay.
Hey, Trust and Justice.
Okay. 12 cut says, I was just joking, Sonny. I just want this to be over. Absolutely. I do too. I'm really just humoring the stuff that I do, right? To show you guys, to be honest with you. I could care less to provide more proof for myself. I'm just trying to figure out the involvement of who actually was part of it. But you know what? I'm coming to a standstill, to be honest with you. It says, look above, I answered.
Alexa said also water and DNA is tricky. That was another thing with the M-Vac system that I found really interesting, was it's highly effective in regards to getting DNA off of items that are submerged in water. I've read several articles about it in the last 2 days, so
So say that again. It does a good job of
It's a very highly effective technique and tool used in retrieving useful DNA when it's been used, when it's been submerged in water.
Be right back.
So meaning if someone were to try to like wash DNA off in a creek, hypothetically, you know,
like
it is a tool.
Cigarette butt that they found in the water.
Right.
Or underclothing that they found in the water.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're, you know, like with traditional swabbing that can taint it and ruin getting a useful DNA sample, but allegedly the M-Vac technology is more effective in useful retrieval of that.
Anna says English lacks some things found in other languages. Therefore, English speakers get awfully sloppy about using they, them, etc.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
I
say they all the time when I'm referring to a singular person.
Yeah.
Here was Dee Dee's answer. Kelt, if one of the girls scratched him, they would have his DNA under their nails, but Ron's search warrant, I believe, states they identify back. Yeah, that's one of the parts of the search warrant I feel like may have been
exaggerated
in an attempt to get a search warrant.
Yeah.
Because I mean, in one way I can look at it as like, why would they lie about that if they had fought back? But then I'm like,
okay,
you know, like it's like, why do they? I don't know. I just, you know, I'm like, to me that seems like
I think it's hard to take that.
Yeah, because they were trying to get a warrant.
Yeah, they were trying to get a warrant, so it's taking everything with a grain of salt, and what seems, you know, what seems logical out of it, and then there's some things that were definitely, I think, exaggerated to do the purpose of getting the warrant.
Right.
Like one is where the bodies moved. I believe that they actually, yes, were at stage. They were moved. They were killed.
Well, I don't think they would outwardly lie. You know.
No.
I mean,
well,
you know.
No, exactly. But I just think that there is, like, at the time they didn't know a lot. They were, I mean, when that was done, they still didn't know a lot. I mean, literally. I mean, we can tell that just by the sake of a freaking new sketch coming out 2 years after the fact, and this happened in March of 2017. That the warrant search came out. They've learned a lot more since that time. But again, I just take everything with a grain of salt that comes out, and just really biding time until someone is arrested, or people are arrested, actually,
right.
For the murders.
See what CD said there is, no, they needed to be factual because the FBI, the way they typed that up, could have been turned into a copy and paste for an arrest warrant for Ron. They had tunnel vision.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I feel like, you know, you're right. I feel like they did have tunnel vision. But I don't know what that detail of the crime, why it was even in the affidavit. You know, like what use did that serve either way? Like, why is it no judge is gonna be like, oh, well, they put up a fight or they didn't put up a fight, and that's not gonna be the deciding factor in them issuing a warrant, in my opinion.
What does this one mean? Shofar? John Weaver. John Weaver was the same guy that was at the forest fires.
A shofar. That's a
horn.
A horn, a Jewish or Hebrew horn that they blow.
Oh,
yeah.
He stood. There was that video of was it one of the McCain brothers standing there? It was right by the Hoosier Heartway at that first little where the benches are. And he was blowing, and isn't that where John Weaver was blowing the horn?
Yeah. Yes.
I just, you know what, how I
why
feel.
You did it though.
Yeah. I this is what I think. I personally am glad that I've been able to see the search warrant for Ron Logan. I'm pretty much glad every time something drops that can be looked at. And the reason I personally like it is because obviously they haven't done shit all in 5.5 years. And so, you know what? It's a social media world nowadays. And if they can't seem to do it, then hopefully social media can bring something to the table as well. And they do. They absolutely do. As times have changed, social media can do so much stuff faster than they could ever do. I mean, there is some great sleuthers out there. There's people that have great access to information, right? Murder sheets, you know, and, you know, so I personally don't mind.
Look at what social media has done for Kylie Rodney's case. There's been no Amber Alert, and this case and her case has gotten worldwide attention. Literally by Monday, she disappeared Friday night, Saturday morning, and by Monday morning, essentially the whole world knew about this girl missing, and that's because of social media. The same happened with Gabby Petito.
Same with Gabby Petito, and many more to come.
Sadly,
it's, you know,
have blonde hair.
You know, at the end of the day, though, right? You guys, at the end of the day, you just want the people to have justice, like Karina's case. You know that a lot of people are getting off scot-free because they are informants, you know. But at the end of the day, which is a joke, because like I said, so if they had that information, why didn't they come forth? And this could have been done a long time ago. Instead, Jerry had to, like, you know, seriously,
be called crazy, have her reputation just, you know, ran through the mud continually.
A grandmother to have to work that hard, Adam? That hard to get justice for her granddaughter. Knowing that these informants already had the information, and only because Flint Farmer was arrested, all of a sudden now it's like, oops, oh yeah, you're right, here's where the body is. You know, oh yeah, right, you're an informant. You get off scot-free because you're an informant, but yet you were part of it, and stuff like that. So it's just a joke to me. But at the end of the day, no matter what, the families just want justice for the children, the murdered and the missing. And if social media can help with that, I am not opposed. If this was an early case early on and that had happened with Delphi, yeah, I would think of it more wrong, because obviously if they're just at the start of the investigation and that information's getting leaked out and it could really hurt the case, 5.5 years later, you know, I mean, I think that because of the Anthony Shots account being dropped, which gave them a lot more leads in a sense, because they're missing stuff. There's stuff that they're missing. Obviously, that's why nobody's been arrested, you know. And whenever people say to me, like, why has your POI not been arrested yet? Well, common sense is use your brain. And obviously, if Anthony Shots account came out in 2021, this thing is a lot bigger than what people, which I always knew it was a lot bigger. Didn't know it was going to like be that much of a, you know, go into the whole, like I knew I was thinking about sex trafficking and, you know, angle and stuff like that, but I didn't think that the biggest child porn ring in Indiana would happen because of, you know, Keegan Klein's phone and stuff like that. And it's just one of those things. Like I said, they're obviously missing stuff. They want Keegan Klein's trial, in my opinion, to go to trial, because they don't want to make any concedes to this. Basically, fess up some answers or go rot in jail, go rot in, you know, with all the years. Like,
right.
You know?
Yeah.
So I'm just like I said, you know, I just keep searching and searching away at some more of the answers to my biggest question for me is, who was it that wanted that Anthony Shots account used to lure Libby and Abby? Which person had the vindictive?
Who used it? How was it used? And who had access to it?
Yeah.
Those are the three questions.
Oh, there's our boy. There he is.
Okay.
Hey.
Now just don't show it. Just don't show us any wieners.
Yeah, that's
no Rick rolling. Hey, CD, it's so great.
What's going on? It's good seeing everybody.
Here waiting for you.
All kids are sleeping. That's a plus here.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You're so busy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you're busy with life.
This has been a busy summer. A very busy summer.
I know.
I feel like we're going in 80 directions.
Yeah.
Had a busy summer and a lot of events.
Second round of COVID in the house. It's been interesting.
Yep.
Everybody's good though. I actually had the worst sore throat I've ever had in my life for about 10 days.
Yeah.
And like a raspy cough, but nothing else. No fever.
Just like,
what are you gonna do? At least it went away.
Did the whole family get it?
No, the bigger kids didn't. It started with my wife, went to the little guy and me. The little big kids didn't get it. So that's a plus. And they could have had it and just not had a symptom. We just have no idea.
Right.
You know?
My parents both had COVID. They live in Florida.
Really?
They both had it last week, and they put them on Paxlovid immediately, and both are doing really well. My dad just gets tired really easily, but my mom had that sore throat.
And that Paxlovid's the one that sometimes you get you get a second. Yeah, you get a second round of COVID sometimes, or a second positive set.
It's like what Biden had. It's like
what the doctor said is it's occurring mostly in people who don't finish the medication.
It could be.
Well, you remember I took Paxlovid when I had it, and
oh, did you?
And I did, yeah. I lied to get it because I didn't qualify for it.
Listen, whatever works.
Right. I just said I had.
The whole thing is you don't want to get really sick. If you could avoid it and you get the medicine, you take it.
And it helped. And then the day after I stopped taking it, I took the whole 5 days, but the day after I stopped taking it, all my symptoms came back.
It's weird when you think about it. It's weird,
It's been
now in New York, we got to worry about the monkeypox
and polio.
The monkeypox it's supposedly spreading around crazy in the city, which is
I watched it.
Listen, it's not deadly, but I've seen people on the news who have it, and it does not look like it's comfortable. It looks very painful. No, I don't think anybody wants it.
So they said
Brenda's
if you've had
husband
a
just
small,
died.
if you've had a smallpox, hello, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. If you've had a smallpox vaccination, then you have some coverage against monkeypox. And
didn't we all have smallpox vaccine? I mean, I don't remember back in the 80s, but didn't we have that?
Yes.
I think they stopped giving it back in 1972.
Oh, but I wouldn't have it then. I mean,
I don't have it.
I don't have it either. That scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, a couple of people were on the news and they had it all over their face, and it looks it looks like a donut, like it's a raised donut with that. Oh God,
like a curl, like a
Oh,
and I've seen the picture. I googled it.
It's supposedly painful. Oh,
yes. I googled the pictures and I saw it on the face and other places, and I don't want it anywhere.
Yeah, well, the woman that was on, I think she was a nurse, and she got it or healthcare. She got it working in the healthcare. And she said that they told her that what's on her face will probably mostly scar.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I seen this guy talking. Yeah, I mean,
I saw him. He had it all around his mouth. He said he kissed some random guy.
Have you seen the people that get it? Like,
I haven't seen what it looks like, but I could only imagine. Because what that guy's face looked like, I felt horrible for him. And the assholes in the comments were I actually wrote something on it. I think it was on News Nation or something. I wrote, man, I hope you feel better. I felt horrible for him. Yeah. But, under my comment, you had all these assholes saying the stupidest stuff. It's like, it could happen to anybody. It could happen to anybody. But that's just the way our country is right now. The world is a totally screwed up place,
Yeah,
absolutely. It's so.
So what else is going on? So the Kylie thing. Terrible case. Yeah. I don't like where it's headed. And we had I wasn't on the case. I was at the remnants of it, but we had a kid who was I don't know, something happened at school where they got out of school early from like power went down, so they got out of school early. 15, 20 kids went to a house party. 2 friends got into a fight. One friend punched the other one. He fell down, hit his head. They left him there for 20 minutes. Figuring out what to do, started cleaning up. Nobody called 911. They went to carry him to a car, dropped him on his head again. He had a massive seizure.
Oh, God.
30 minutes later, they drive him to a hospital, say he fell at the park on the monkey bars. 7 days later, he was taken off life support. It was a total cover-up disaster.
Is that where your head's at with this case? You think that it was something accidental, and friends covered it up?
It seems like that. I mean, could it be an abduction for taking her to Vegas for some kind of sexual thing? Possibly, but there were 200, 300 people there.
Maybe.
Yeah. Very hard to take somebody without 50 people watching a girl being dragged to a car. Unless she was drugged heavily and they waited till she dropped, that could be.
What if she was passed out in her car and
Sammy
someone just
girl
got in and...
That Sammy girl spoke about the fights that were going on, the friendly fights, the boxing fight. She said a lot of weird things.
She did.
Yeah.
She said a lot of weird things. And to give the description of the clothing she was wearing and neither of those sweatshirts is a little odd.
Yeah.
Where's the car? That's my whole thing.
Where is the car?
Where's the car?
Well, I think that's why I know Adventures with Purpose is on the way out there with their.
Right.
They have some seriously. I think they have better equipment than most county police.
They do.
With monitoring ground. So most likely the car is in water somewhere. Or I mean, they branched out. I think they're about 10 miles out now from that place in all directions. So where is this car? Where's the Jeep? The car of GPS? Where's the GPS on the car?
I think I read.
My other thing is I'm in New York. You can't go 5 miles without hitting a license plate reader somewhere. Towns, villages, counties, state. There's so many license plate readers in New York State. Where the car? That's what I want to know. The car didn't hit any license plate readers.
Yeah,
that's a question. Somebody could get a question into that.
Would have hit a camera.
That public information officer, Musalam, she's great. If somebody could get a question to her and ask her, did that car hit a license plate reader anywhere, would be an amazing question to know.
Yeah.
Because where is this car? The cars just don't disappear. It's a CRV, so it's not huge, but it's tall enough that you can't just hide that anywhere. Is it in somebody's garage somewhere? Is it in a barn somewhere?
And there's a distinguishing bumper sticker on it. We've got a license plate that's pretty easy to.
Yeah, so I believe that I mean, the girl Sammy described it as a bull, but I believe it's a goat.
It's a Rams.
A ram, It's some kind of it's something. It's definitely not a bull.
Right,
but it was right under the.
I can see the mistake.
But no, I don't think she did that on purpose. I just think. I mean, you see horns, you think of a bull.
Right. She also said it had hubcaps and it has rims, but
alloys.
Girl's not going to know the difference.
Yeah. She seems a little bit of a burnout anyway. She seems like she's a little burnt.
Yeah.
I've lived on the West Coast, and I mean that's one of the reasons I feel like she doesn't raise red flags to me is because
you hear the sex wax sticker. That's so surfing. It's surfing.
It's so West
People
Coast.
Are thinking that is something else, but that's a surfing wax. That's
it's
all
a
it
simple
is.
personality. Yeah. Oh, the first time I went to California on vacation when I was a kid, I bought a thing of sex wax. I've never surfed.
Yeah, but so what? Yeah,
I thought it was cool that it said sex wax when I was like 12.
Any teenager, young teenager, that's what you think it's something that's not. I get it. But that case it's haunting. It is haunting because something's wrong.
For the people that are watching, can you just give them a little bit of a bio on you for the people that haven't seen you before?
12 cut. You can't tell I live in New York. Can't tell by the sound of it. Yes, I live in New York.
Alabama
my
boy.
Entire life, 43 years. When I turned 22, I got hired in the New York City Police Department in July of 2001. I went through the academy, was pulled out on 9/11. I was about 200 yards, 150 yards away from when Building 7 collapsed. That was the third building to fall that day. And that was pretty freaking horrifying as a 22-year-old kid. I questioned what the hell I was doing there. 22 years old, what am I doing there? But loved my career. I transferred in 2004 to a county northern of Westchester, near Westchester. And I had my career there. I did special investigations, narcotics, any serious crime, sex crimes, anything like that I was involved in. And missed my job, but the day of policing right now is scary. And anybody will tell you that's out of law enforcement. Mm-hmm. Every moron trying to get you to, just trying to get you to, they antagonize you with cameras in your face.
Cameras,
we're in a very weird world. I mean, I saw the winter of 2001. I was on foot post in Midtown, And people from all over the world were traveling to New York City, and they wanted to take pictures with cops. They would thank you for your job. Where the hell did that go? No cop. I mean, listen, there's bad apples in every job. No cop puts on their uniform that day to hurt anybody. That's just not the way it is. You know, the news portrayal upstate near Albany, very cool. Been to Albany many times for the unions, the police unions for the state. I was the treasurer for a police department, so it was pretty cool. Been there many times.
Yeah. Wait, CD, I absolutely agree with you on this, because it's this really pathetic world to me that we live in now. With the cameras, them trying to entrap you. You know how it is.
I mean, they're putting it right in these guys' faces, and they're just trying to get a rise. It's just, you know, it's what happened to, you know. I mean, listen, you don't like the police, that's fine. You like firemen better, okay. But you don't go out of your way to antagonize people. Nobody goes to work to hurt anybody. It's just not the way it is. And if there's somebody that's on the job that is physically hurting people, believe me, the cops are going to set that guy straight, and he's going to lose his job. Because you don't want to work. You don't want somebody back that's a psycho. You just don't. You know, they come on your. I mean, I've had many who've come on calls on my call, and they want to take over, and I'm like, you need to just settle down. And if you can't, go take a walk. Because you don't want somebody inside someone's house that, you know, people respect their homes, and then you're taking it over like who you are, and it turns into it's a catastrophe, and it does happen.
Absolutely. Adam, what were you gonna say?
Oh, nothing.
No, what were you gonna
say? CD, you know, I don't discriminate between police officers and firefighters.
Oh boy.
But
Oh boy.
So yeah.
Andrew just said that he read or heard that a couple, a woman and her dad said they saw Kylie's car plate down in Arizona.
Right. Wow. That's interesting. But there, that's my point. On the highway, any state trooper that would pass that's on the side of the road, that plate should be being searched for. Yeah. So it should be hitting if it's on the move over the last 11 days, it should have hit plate readers. I haven't seen anybody bring that up, but where is this car? Yeah. Right. It's got to be hitting. It had to have hit a plate reader at one point in the last, 11 days now? Yeah, if it was moved anywhere? Yeah. You know, I mean, most police cars now have an active plate reader. It's just reading for suspension, stolen vehicles. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Right.
So where is this car?
Even how do you go through a neighborhood without hitting, 15 Ring doorbells that you know? Right.
Well, yeah, but
they might not be able to see the license plate.
You're not going to see the plate. They're
going to see the Ram sticker.
Well, Why? How big is it?
It looked like I mean, I've not seen it on the actual car, but
I mean, listen, if it's a camera that's close to the road, you might see that.
Yeah,
but not right above, a lot of them. They're blurry. Ring isn't 4K. It's like 720p. Yeah. I updated to the Nest outdoor cameras because the Ring just don't. It's just not. And plus, it's not 24 hours. I have like 60 days worth of feed on outside. Well, it has to trigger.
I'm at Nest as well.
Yeah, Nest, I believe, is the way to go. That's just my opinion on just what's best that's out there.
Oh, I have a Nest. I've never used it.
Yeah. How far,
never used it? Great.
How far did she live away from where the party was? Does
12 miles.
Remember?
6 miles. I thought it was 6. I thought the mom said 6. Or 6 miles away. Was it? It could be 12, but I thought she said 6. I could be wrong.
And maybe it was
but
12
even 12
minutes.
miles. That's not.
Yeah, maybe
much.
12 minutes.
I was maybe 30 minutes and 12 miles because it was kind of it was a very rural road.
It is very rural. It is very rural. Yeah, even if it was 6 miles, it could take 15 minutes. Yeah, it's you're not getting a mile a minute there. It's rural.
You have some dirt roads.
Yeah. I just find it very odd that nobody's talking about, did this car hit a reader anywhere? Has it actively shown some kind of movement anywhere?
It's
very weird.
It has.
It's very strange to me.
And it very well may have. They just may not have released that. Because some of their searches have been, a little bit further north, a little bit further.
Well, they did branch out as of 2 days ago. I want to say he talked, and I think from what I looked on a map, it looked like they were 8 to 10 miles out on each direction, which is unbelievable.
If the last ping on her phone was at the water's edge of that processor and we know that a cell phone can be.
Yeah, well, that's what he said. He said it's just as much on the land as it was in the water.
Right.
That's the same thing with the Ron pings that bother me about the search warrant, because those aren't exact.
They're not.
You know,
Yeah.
those are not exact. Sometimes that bubble, if you even look at Find Me Today, when my kids or anybody, that you can see where they are, and that bubble could sometimes be a half mile wide.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not always exact.
I'm sure, like Deb lives on a lake, and I'm sure if Deb were to pull up her GPS at times, it might show her location in the middle of the lake.
Yeah, it could. It could. Absolutely could. Like she's like thinking about it, like, no, that doesn't sound good.
Right,
but yeah, it's a scary case because there's somebody at that party, if not a few of them, know something. You know, I don't like the whole teen to teen meetings that we're having. It's like, why are you letting these teenagers control anything?
Right. Well,
it's very weird. It's very weird.
I found it weird also, and maybe I'm wrong about this, CD, but I found it kind of odd too that like I don't see the red flags a lot of people see with Sammy, but I think that I found it interesting that as front and center as this girl has been, law enforcement's had they've done a press conference every day.
They've been very transparent. They've been excellent. They've been excellent.
And they've had every opportunity to also dispel things that she has said.
They did.
They didn't agree with it, and they haven't done that.
No, they have a little bit on Facebook. If you look on their Facebook, they did kind of say like it was. I forget what it was about what she said.
They dispelled that. They dispelled that they did not have hundreds of videos and pictures.
Yes, yeah, that was one of them. Yeah, I think there were 2 or 3. They said I think one about the changing the sweatshirt. I believe Placer. I think it was the Placer County that it came out of.
Yeah,
it was their Facebook.
And I know they came out about something with Jagger when he said, like bringing information to him and not law enforcement. They were like, no, there's one tip line.
Yeah. That comment that was just up there about the vultures.
Yeah.
You're talking about, these are woods. There's vultures. I'm in New York. I see vultures constantly. I see hawks constantly doing circles. So that's not going to always tell you that there's a body there. Where you got deer, coyotes, they're killers. They're killing they're killing every night. So you're gonna have vultures cleaning that up during the day. So that's not definitely be a giveaway.
Thank you, Daisy.
Thank you,
Daisy.
Nice.
That's the CD, huh? The CD's
that's right.
House. Yeah, you're
$1.99.
That can buy us.
I like that.
Thank you,
you're breaking out lip gloss? I don't have one. I got my vape though.
Yeah, that worked.
Quit smoking cigarettes 3 months ago.
Speaking of hawks,
Nice.
3 months ago.
I live in the middle of the city, and this was on Monday outside of my salon.
Wow.
There was a red-tailed hawk.
Yeah, it's a hawk. Yeah, hawks are. I have 3 of them that are directly behind me, with the mom and the 2 babies, and they still stay with the mom a year later. Yeah. But last year, I was with my son outside, and he's like, "Look at the hawk." The hawk was like flapping it looked like a dragon. The way it was had a snake hanging out of its mouth, and it was like squelching to its mother, like, "I got one," and it was eating a snake. It was unbelievable to see.
They're huge.
They're huge. They're big. They're big, and the mother is enormous.
Yeah.
She flies over our pool at like 150 feet above, and it looks like I'm telling you, it looks like a dragon's coming. They're big.
Kids better watch out.
Yeah, the little guy's got to watch out. I make sure he's not. He's never out there alone, because you never know, man. If they're hungry enough, they'll take a swipe at a little 2-year-old. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
The mother's wingspan, I'm not kidding, is 5.5 feet wide, 6 feet wide. It's a big bird. But what else is doing? What else is going on? So what's the news with Delphi? What were you guys talking about before? I heard parts of it.
Delphi, we were just talking about that new technology a little bit, but
yeah, I heard that.
Not much is going on with
Delphi. And what they have, and it's not new, but even if they didn't use it, say at the crime scene, they could always have brought it into the lab and used it inside the lab to see if they get anything further off whatever they have. So that could always be used too.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, I listened to the parts of the murder sheet, the last one, and it's just weird.
Which is
the one about 1,100 feet in the air, like Doug Carter.
Oh yeah, that one, Doug Carter.
Bring the chopper down so I could look at a warehouse. That was nonsense. Yeah. It was him taking a look at how much the scene changed of everything in the area. Oh, you got it, Adam. You got to listen to it because it's.
Yeah, I haven't listened to it.
I can't even do it anymore. It's just too painful. It's just way too painful.
Well,
they said that Doug Carter was shown an hour-long PowerPoint on TK, on Tony Klein, Why is he being shown that now? Like, it's just, was that 2 years ago? That's highly possible. But where are they? You know, I don't know. I just can't.
But don't forget, they also got it. They were also trying to. Well, they were also giving misinformation about the fact that the clients had tried to mislead them back in the 2017. That they
How'd they try to mislead them? They showed up home from Vegas and they had their door getting knocked down.
Yeah, but
what were they? You know, what are they talking about?
See,
the misleading part. Go ahead, Sonny.
What is it, Deb?
No, go ahead, Deb.
The misleading part that they tried to say that during the murders they were in Las Vegas.
That's not. We know. Oh, I don't know if they said that, but we know that's not true.
Right.
Yeah.
They left on the 21st and came back on the 25th, and their cell phone data shows that.
Absolutely.
So I don't know how. I just can't listen to them anymore. It's too painful.
Well,
and I know people like, you know, they weren't the only ones to get the affidavit. They're not the best in the world. They're not retired cops. They're you know, it's more so him that bothers me. I don't know. It just bothers me.
I get what you mean.
You mean leaker? Okay.
No.
Yeah, I'm joking.
He's
There's
not
been
leaker.
rumors that he's leaker.
No, he's not leaker, because people do know who leaker is. I'll just put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
The leaker is a known subject. That's factual.
Yeah, I think
we talked about it.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
I could, you know, when we're not on here, I'll give you, you know.
You know what? Do me a favor.
It's a very known person.
We've privately talked. The three of us have privately talked about that.
Do me a favor, because I forget now who you said it was to me a long time ago.
I'll tell you.
I'll tell you later. Messenger. Tell me a messenger.
Yeah, I'll tell you later. Yeah. It is a known person. It is. It's a known person. You know, but these things are getting weird. You know, things are very weird.
Yeah.
I mean, to put out that they're flying somewhere in the state police helicopter because he has to get somewhere across the state, and he just so happened to say, "Wait, is that the other factory? Let's lower it down to 1,100 feet." What the hell can you see from 1,100 feet in the air? You could see a vast land. You're not looking at a warehouse from 1,100 feet in the air. Let's be honest. It's just nonsense to me. It really is. It's just, you know, it's like sleaze reporting. I just have no time for it.
That, because they had so much facts wrong about the whole, like most of that show, a lot of it was talking about how the Kleins misled them to believe that they were in 2017 in Vegas. That was clearly not the case. They clearly mismarked.
Not the case, yeah.
Well, this is what my gut feeling on this one is, that
I believe they're missing something totally with Las Vegas. I believe they went to Vegas for a reason, you know,
absolutely,
for that one guy that lived there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe, and I'm not talking about somebody that Keegan ended up living with out there. So somebody else.
Yeah.
The other guy.
You're talking about
JK.
You're talking about Kendall.
Yeah. Because let me tell you something.
Oh, absolutely.
Him and Tony worked together at the warehouse. He was Tony's manager. They're both into weird shit. I mean, you saw that from a couple images that Kendall had on his Facebook.
Yeah,
you know, there's a lot of weird stuff there.
Red flags.
Yeah.
CD, let me ask you this question too, like, because see-through says, CD, if you found dog hairs at the crime scene, but that dog belonged to the property owner, would that be hard to get get to a courtroom?
Very, absolutely. To say that that's the dog that was physically at the crime scene. It also depends where. It depends. I don't know. It's hard to say. It depends where the hairs are too. You know.
Yeah.
But that's a hard one, because if it's, I mean, my property here, my mother-in-law's hair is going to be everywhere. You know, something ends up, you know, it's just going to be picked up.
Right.
No, not that Vegas. I'm talking about Tony's Vegas friend, not Keegan's. Tony's, Tony, and he passed away in, I think, 2018. 18. Yeah, I have his obituary.
Right.
Because he had
the Vegas friend you're referring to was arrested and had a court date yesterday.
Yes, but totally different than what I'm talking about. I honestly feel that stuff that could have been used at the crime scene could be long gone because of that man. You know, just some weird stuff.
I know. Yeah.
So, CD, can I ask you? What do you? I'm sorry, Sonny.
No, go ahead.
Shopper flight boat day and Thomas Carter was in this shop.
So
who this? I don't know. I think you could find out what day it was by his press conference. It was a recent press conference he had across the state. But they might say what day it was. I really couldn't pay attention. The chopper drops down to 1,100 feet in the air, and they were saying, oh, could it possibly be where Tony Klein worked, but he doesn't work at that factory? It was just nonsense. I don't have time for it. It's just not, I can't even listen to it anymore. It's just too painful. They got lucky getting the stepson on. They're probably paying, it is what it is, but it's too much for me.
I think
Sadie, if I can ask, what are your thoughts as far as like at this point? 'Cause, it's been a while since we've talked as far as like, what are your thoughts as far as the Kleins? Like, and their involvement?
They were, at least Tony was there and Keegan possibly was there.
You think they were there? They were there that day. Their involvement is that they were physically involved.
And Ron's search warrant, I'm not saying it's definite, but the way they're talking about, the devices and this and that, could there have been a tripod, the tripod's legs poked into the ground at the crime scene? Something's telling, they're not saying it exactly, but something's telling them that there was possibly film or pictures taken at the scene.
Right.
Which tells me that, that's why I've always said there's 2 to 5 people involved.
I remember Robert Ives saying that the scene looked like something that a killer would want to take a picture of.
Right.
No, not that a killer would want to take a picture of.
Yeah, that someone would want to take a picture of.
I also personally take what I've said with a grain of, yes, he gave more description than a lot of other people.
Absolutely.
But he's never seen anything like this.
Right.
Yeah.
He really hasn't. So that's why he says any murder scene is odd, because they are. I told you about the double murder where the son killed the mother and the brother, and the mother ended up in an old bathtub wrapped up in carpets, and he snapped his brother in half into a freezer. Tell me that's not odd. Yeah, he was trying to cover, he didn't want to look at it anymore. So he was just trying to he snapped his brother like a pretzel after waiting 12 hours for him to walk in the door and shot him point blank range with a shotgun. It was disgusting. It was just a horrifying crime scene to be on, really.
That was when
people are weird. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was disturbing. So disturbing. But and I had to sit with him. I sat. Was that?
Do you have nightmares?
No, you pack it away. There's things. No, I'm human. There's things that bother me to today, of course.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if
Sonny, I've seen some shit.
Yeah.
My first body was a natural as a police officer. My first body was a natural cause death, and it was horrifying. The guy was about 500 pounds, and he lived in this little studio apartment. And he got off his bed. He took his clothes off because he was having a massive heart attack, and he went to go to the bathroom, and he just dropped, and basically his body exploded in that room. And there was no air conditioning on. We got there about 6 days later, and stupid me was told I was a rookie. I was at the academy like a week, and they told me, "Oh, you got to sit in the room with him." I'm like, "Oh, really?" Oh, it was torture. And then they're coming in with cameras, the detectives. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, "Oh, you ever see? It's gross. Cover your ears if you can't handle gross things." And the detective's like, "You ever see elephantitis of the balls?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't." And it was horrifying. This poor guy died a very tragic death. It was terrible. But yeah, I've seen some shit, and you just pack it all away, Sonny. You do.
Well, it's just that I'm a dreamer, right? So meaning I'm always having dreams. My husband barely ever dreams, regardless. So I just wonder if you're a dreamer.
You could close your eyes, and it's basically like I could close my eyes and see a scroll of just stuff that you've seen. It's tough.
Everyone dreams.
You pack it away.
Just don't remember it.
Yeah,
correct.
I'm happy I don't dream of those, because that would be very disturbing.
Compartmentalization.
Nasty shit.
Yes.
I'm telling you, just as much as horrible murders and whatnot, suicides, some natural causes deaths are horrible. I had a 90. I'll never forget. It was the Yankees playoffs against Boston, and my partner ended up drawing down on a 90-year-old woman when we opened the door because there was blood everywhere.
Was that 2011?
No, it was 2000. It was 2000. No, it was 2006. I want to say 6. Yeah, 5 or 6. And it was his esophagus detached from his stomach. He said to his wife, "I got to go to bed," and he never made it up the stairs. And the blood in his body came out his mouth, and it was disgusting. It was so traumatic for that woman. We took her next door to the neighbor. We called the cleaning crew out to get them there. They came that night to try and clean the house. It was disgusting. It's just stuff you see. It's just like, what are you gonna do? Someone's got to see it. Someone's got to go through that.
Who just said compartmentalize? That's my superpower.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like you got a filing cabinet and you just put it there and just close the door, man, because it's just disturbing stuff. It's tough.
And then you have
I mean, the worst one was a child. The worst one was a child, but the mom killed her own kid. She slammed the head into the wall, like, I think 4 times, because the baby woke up. It was like, I think she was maybe 15 months old, 16 months old.
Oh.
And she woke up while the mom was trying to hook up with some guy and tried to blame it on the guy, which was, I mean, you knew it wasn't that. And, we got her. She was trying to get to Haiti and we got her.
Good.
Nice.
She only did like 3 or 4 years and they shipped her back. Imagine that. Disturbing stuff. It's very disturbing, but yeah.
So they have specific teams, though, CD, of course, that like once the investigation part is done, then the cleanup crew comes in.
No, we call the cleanup. We call there's cleanup crews that clean everything. Yeah.
And
they clean crime scenes.
A lot of places, they don't clean up.
No, we didn't. No, they have to pay for that.
Yeah, the family.
The family pays for it, but we assisted. It was just so bad that there's no way we could have let her walk back in her house.
But I mean,
she would have had a heart attack. I mean, she was struggling.
When something happens, the family is the one that has to walk back.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
They have to see it and clean it up, or pay to have it cleaned up.
They have to figure it out. I mean, it's just like, there's only so much you can do. It's like, here's your house. Your house is yours again.
They release your house back to you, and if not, like nothing ever happened.
It's it's terrible.
CD, I want to go back to this because this one always bugs me.
Yeah.
Do you believe that this ski mask incident that they mentioned truly happened?
I do, because I think that Keegan knows about it, and that's why they pressed him on it.
Right, and hence those other 2 cases back in 2010 are right beside
are very disturbing too. Yeah. Young America, right? Young America. Weren't those 2 of those were Young America? Yeah.
Young America. And this one
let's put it this way, right? When you're interrogating somebody, you're not going to tell them something that they don't know about.
Right.
That's why the story with the stepbrother got me, because we knew nothing about it and he had no idea.
Yeah.
So it felt made up, but it was actually factual.
Right.
You're not going to go to somebody that that they know you're lying, because then your credibility in the interrogation is lost. Basically, that interrogation was supposed to lead up to another what's it called, lie detector test, and it never happened. Something happened that they backed off and didn't do it. Remember, he talked about that to Barbara.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Like, oh, they're not admissible in court. It's not just about the lie detector test. It's about the whole interrogation. You start off interviewing somebody, and then it starts getting deeper, and you press, and you get. We don't. But as of the last he spoke to Barbara, he didn't. That's all we know as of now. Do I think things are going on? I do think things are going on behind the scene. He's changing his public defender. There's things happening.
Right.
And let's be honest, you heard it. They're not going to make a deal with him, and there's a reason why. They feel very strongly he knows, and it's either you're going to tell us or you're not getting a deal.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Right.
Do you think it will get postponed again?
It's only so long you can prolong things. Listen, you have the right to a fair trial. You have a right to a speedy trial. But at the end of the day, the amount of evidence that they have against him, he has to be able to have a fair trial. You need your attorney to be able to go over everything. So could that take another year? It is possible. If the lawyer feels.
Are you still of the thought that the 30 counts is in an attempt to get him to talk, so that even if there's a reduction in the charges, he's still? I think about that in the past.
Let's put it this way, right? Let's hypothetical. Say Keegan wasn't at the murder scene, but knows everything about it.
Right.
Was close by that day.
Well, I'm talking about even just his CP charge.
Do I think that if he gave up the cookie, he would get a deal?
Yeah.
And let's be honest, rightfully yes. Did he do some horrible shit? He did the worst stuff you could do, to gain children's whatever and get stuff. But at the end of the day, if he's going to give the killer of a double murder that's going on 5.5 years now, and they can't get that piece, and he's got it, he might get 10 years, you know?
That's exactly
Does he
what I
deserve
said.
longer? He does. But
Right.
don't think I'm okay. He did the horrid of horrid. But
Yeah.
let's just say he wasn't at the murder scene,
Yeah.
but knows everything. He's going to get a deal. And everybody's got to be able to be okay with that, because at the end of the day, you want justice for two girls who were brutally murdered in the woods.
Right.
You know? So it's a tough one. It is. It's a tough one.
It's
because
he's
a serial pedophile.
Yeah.
Serial. You know, this has been going on, and just like his father, but let's be honest, his father is the violence. He is not the violence. He's a disturbing individual, but he's happy staying in his room, making believe he's living in his own metaverse of his mind, talking to people. You know, remember, he met the girl in the park, right? She brought her friend. He was a little pissed off that the friend was there, but who else was there? Was the dad there? The threats didn't come until after the girl left, and it came through text message.
Yeah, of
so
course.
Again, the violence doesn't come from him.
Right. And I think right. I think that, you know, I think they will set a precedent by charging him with all of those counts unless he talks.
But that's what it is right now. There's no deal. Yeah. They told him there is no fucking deal.
He's looking at what, 30
you are
years
cooked
right now?
Oh, he's toast. But the whole thing is, he's not making it. You know, the only way he's making is if he's alone every day, 23 hours a day, and he gets an hour to himself. He will be in a cell alone for 30 years. Because if he goes into general population, he will get tagged, and that's just the way it is.
And sadly,
you know?
he probably
look at him. But Adam, look at him. Look at what he looks like.
Oh, I agree.
Going bald, his face. You know, he's not doing well in there. You know.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just county going to prison.
Going to prison actually might benefit him as far as, because, you know, I think if anything, Keegan Kline can deal with isolation. I think he's isolated himself his whole life. You know, I think he's
true, because he's living. But he's isolated himself, but lived a life of a lie. There's no life of a lie when he's in there. You know.
But you know, you can manifest those lies. You can manifest that. You know, like
there's only so long, buddy. Think about just being in your room with nothing 23 hours a day, with just the silver sink and shitter, and that's all that's there. It's it's not a fun time. You know?
Did you ever see that letter that Debin showed us? A letter
that he supposedly wrote?
That he supposedly wrote.
I saw part of it. The things about the socks, right? It's something about socks in there.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to remember part of it now.
I think there was something like that. He likes socks or something. It was some weird
we
stuff.
talked about how he's like, I'm sorry, I'm losing I'm balding because
he's balding from stress. That's true. He is. He's not doing well.
And then that letter, he's like, I wanted to see your kitchen, and he was like, just random things to this girl.
Yeah, no, he's not going to do well unless he talks.
I have a question for you. Blaine was on here, Blaine Nelson, which is Flint Farmer's nephew. And we asked him and Andrew, his friend, which would you rather be in, jail or prison? And they said prison.
Depends about the county jail and how many people are in it. It depends on the location.
I think
you got to remember something. County jails hold murderers. Every criminal is there until they're going to trial. So I mean, I get what he's saying, but it also matters what county you're in. You know, there's counties that it's like being in a country club, but I understand what he's saying. Yeah, because you're mixed in with everybody there.
Right, and plus you don't have
some prisons you have, you know, the molesters, they hang in their own little group. You know, that's just the way it is. You know, but. It just depends. It depends. I get what he means, because you know, the people get murdered in jails. It happens. You know, it does.
Well, I think it was more about like even just the freedom of how prison works. That you can go.
There's totally it's totally different situation. Totally. Yeah. You know. But that's also, you're doing 30 years. You're doing whatever your time is.
Right.
You know, jail is a year and under for, you know, your crimes, your, you know, misdemeanor, you're being put into jail for. But when you're waiting for your trial, you're in jail.
Unless you're just postponing it, and obviously getting.
I think it's a multitude of things. I mean, you know, he's not getting the deal that the lawyer might have thought he could get him.
Right.
The case file on him is astronomically large, and it seems to be growing by the day by the information that they get. So, you know.
Well,
it is what it
like I
is.
said,
He's gonna buckle. He's gonna
he's
give the
gonna buckle. I feel like he'll buckle.
Yeah, there's no choice because he look at him now. He's not doing well. He's just not.
I think he's gonna
he's a
buckle.
disaster. He absolutely is. He is. You know.
But I totally have said this myself, just exactly what you said too.
You don't think the stress did something to Tony and that foot of his that had to have amputated? You don't think stress is getting to them? The stress of is the day coming where the door is going to come off and you're going to get pulled? That's a stressful thing. That's a stressful event. You know, remember that house only had one person who was violent enough to do that, who's fished in Deer Creek, who's possibly hunted on Ron's land. That's a possibility. That's a highly possible thing that he has hunted there.
So why do we think he hunted on Ron's land?
Ron used to let certain groups from around the area hunt. He has amazing hunting land, you know, amazing hunting grounds. And he did let certain groups and individuals hunt there. That's facts. So
yeah, isn't that funny how Garrett Kurtz said he never let anyone hunt on his land?
You probably never let Garrett.
Would you want Garrett on your land hunting with his bozo friends high on drugs? Think about that though. Would you want would you want Garrett on your land hunting with those bobo friends of his?
Only if I videotaped it.
I mean, you know, a shot could come through your house. Like you just don't know, you know, there's no safety there. There's no safety coming out of him, you know? And let's be honest, Ron's known him since he's a child. You don't think, I mean, I'm not saying Ron's the most honest guy in the world, but you don't think Ron knows how fucked up that kid is?
Yeah, of course
he's seen it and heard it with it, and he's seen it and heard it with his, you know, with his own eyes and ears.
Yeah.
You know that kid wasn't normal. You know, he was on his way to a full-blown serial killer.
He is the one that turned him in.
Well, he did?
Ron Logan did.
On which one?
Meaning Ron Logan is the one that made Ellie aware, like turning in Garrett Kurtz. Because, so
I've heard mixed things on that. I've heard
that's interesting.
Was and I've heard he wasn't.
This has been said for a long time.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Was the one that turned in Garrett Kurtz because of what happened on his land, and then he's the one that turned in gave Ellie.
He might have just said, "Take a look at him. He knows my property." You know, you never know. You know, that's possible.
Well, because he would have known he was into meth and drugs and.
Listen, do you not think that the day of the murders that they talked to Ron and said, "Hey, how many people hunted your land? Give me a list." You know.
Absolutely.
You know. I mean, let's remember Keegan's search warrant came right after the Maxwell's, and Ron's didn't come until what, March 17th?
Well,
22 days ish after Keegan's search warrant.
An initial search of Ron's.
Well, that was just him saying you could look at my land.
Yeah, but you know,
but to get in depth and start digging and bring the dog, they brought the dogs. You know, they didn't have the dogs on the day the girls were murdered, but they had the dogs at his house.
Yeah, they did. And they did all of his outbuildings and his barn.
Yeah. Which people are saying, like, oh, that whole barn shit. Like, oh, did they kill him in Ron's barn? They had the dogs there. If the girls were in there, the dog would have hit to that. That would have been, there would have been a follow up to that search warrant. You know what I'm saying?
It's just like the rumors. It's just like the rumors of that shed at the years.
Well, the FBI had tunnel vision, though. The FBI, you read that search warrant from cover to cover, they felt it was Ron.
Yes.
Are they the reason of the 2019 presser? I believe 100%. They are the reason that Carter went up there and said we're going in a new direction. Because listen, when the FBI comes and they're giving you what they got, and it could be Ron. He's 77, but he's mobile and he could get around. But they pointed everything at him. In a search warrant, you need just enough to get it signed. You don't need what was in there. They gave it all. That's what I'm saying. That was a copy and paste. They could have took, 0.8, boom, drop it right into an arrest warrant. You know what I'm saying? With the pings and everything was in there. They did not need all that to get a search warrant on his house. They just didn't. I feel like they felt they had him, and they didn't because it wasn't. I don't believe it was him.
But
let's also, and you look at BG's stepping. He doesn't walk like Ron. His leg kicks in, and Ron's goes out. The right leg goes in and Ron's goes out. It's the opposite.
Right.
It's the opposite walk.
That suspicion is what led them to
BG's
turn away from the Kleins and go to Ron Logan. I think that's where they took the misstep. They
they are though. They
wrote
are
off
charging with all those
right off the bat, and they turned to Ron Logan, and that's the path they went down for way too long. And
I'll tell you why. Right? They interviewed Ron the day he gave them his whole day. You know, it's fresh in his head, his whole day, and then all of a sudden they're going to go. You don't know. They go behind your back and check your alibis. Yep. They find out he lied. Why is the guy whose two kids were found dead on his property? Why is he lying about his day? Right. That's where it started. Right. You know, that was a number one of why the aim got on him. I got sunburn, and you see me I'm itchy. I'm peeling all over the place.
Right. And then you had just the miscommunication between Miami County and things not getting filed as far
100%.
as
100%. They just never forwarded it to the DA in Miami. Is it a huge misstep? Huge disaster.
Yeah.
Disaster. But that's why ISP put out that whole thing that night saying that nobody did it intentional and we have to be better. There's a whole paragraph on what they said about why it happened and how it happened.
Yep.
But it wasn't done everything. You see how everything with this case is a conspiracy theory. Everything.
Yeah. But to me, that's not really a conspiracy theory. It was just a 2-year long.
Well, no, they're saying like, they let him live to further. You're not going to let somebody that much of a deviant continue to do what he's doing to build a case against them. And they had the case. It just never got filed. It's nonsense.
I was going to say, I literally thank you, Miracle, because that too. I would never have said that actually if I didn't hear it, and that's what I was thinking where I heard it. I heard it a few times, but it was Ron Logan that actually said.
It does make sense though.
And where did he say that? Who did he say that?
And it was in an interview that he did. And I don't remember which one, but that's where I knew I heard it from because I remember going, "Oh, it is true."
It is very interesting though.
I never heard it, but I'm not saying it.
I haven't either.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you is like, he tipped him in. Would you want that guy with his friends on your property hunting? Where they're not. There's going to be no safety. They could end up shooting at your house. I mean, it's just not going to go well. You don't want that guy, screwing up your grounds anyway.
I don't see Garrett Kurtz hunting because I think he's too lazy to hunt.
Well, I mean, most people on meth can't sit still. So, getting up 4:30 a.m. to go sit in the woods and wait for the daybreak to come up isn't really on their day.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not part of their day. Staying up all night, different story, but not so much of that,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
What else is going on in the chat? Let me check what's going on in the chat.
See if there's anything you want to address.
So people are debating whether Ron said that or not, and Journey said he said it in an interview, and I would love to see that interview. So if anyone has that, let me know.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'm sure it's all his interviews are on YouTube, even the ones that when they taped him from the pocket. Remember the two who were the two women that recorded him that day? Wasn't that once a YouTuber that recorded him?
That was oh my gosh, what's her name?
Miss Wonderful?
No. She tried to act like it was her video, but it wasn't. It was
well, that woman's really screwed up. I mean, she's the one that didn't she put up the pictures of the girls?
No, that
was Kelly Brown.
Oh, Wonderful wasn't involved in that. I thought she at one point had it up.
That's
disturbing. It's so disturbing.
She might have shared it, but you're talking about the pictures of of Libby in the coffin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a picture I've never seen and I never want to.
No.
Because I don't have any right to see it.
It's like I came across it one day. I wasn't looking for it. I came across it one day.
It's not a picture we have a right to see, and it's not a picture.
No, it's like that's just not something to share.
Yeah.
It's really not.
And a slap in the face to Derek, to Carrie, to Mike, to Betty,
right.
And people, and also though, people thinking that they're going to see the exact injuries. You're not.
No.
Like I was just talking to somebody who's an attorney in Indiana. We were just talking about stuff.
Jumping.
And we were talking about when JFK was shot, and how they basically put his head back together.
Yeah.
Not that they ended up going against having an open coffin, but this guy's head was blown to pieces, and they plastered his head back together.
Yeah, there were chunks of his head
It was everywhere.
Jackie O's,
Yeah, it was
Jackie O's
all.
hair.
It was all over the. It was all over the limo. It was everywhere.
Deb,
But
is that the name?
that's what I'm saying. It's like you're not going to see. And that was 60. That was what 63. You know, you're almost 60. You know, 55, 50 something years later.
Yeah.
There's ways to hide things. You know, there's just ways.
Deb,
So people thinking that they're going to see the end, you're not going to see. You're just not. You might see bruising and that stuff, but you're not going to see the exact
Well, that's why she
injury
had the
that
scarf
happened.
on, and you know.
Yeah.
One sec. Deb?
Yeah.
Is that the name? Is that the name?
Where?
Right up. Katie Robbie?
Katie Roby? No, Katie Roby is Mrs. Wonderful.
Oh, okay.
I got to get my drink. I'll be right
I
back.
wish
I'm
I could
listening.
think
I'll
of
be on
what her
audio.
name is.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Katie,
I'm here. I'll be right back. Just go get my drink.
Mrs. Wonderful did not do the interview with Ron, but she played it and people assumed it was her. I can't think of the name of I can see the YouTuber. I can see her face. I cannot think of her name right now.
Julie Melvin?
But it was, No, it wasn't Julie Melvin. If any, yeah.
Sunny Justice?
Honor. It was, her name is Honor.
Oh.
Yeah. But she sounded a little bit like Mrs. Wonderful, and Mrs. Wonderful played that on her show. And so people immediately thought it was her interviewing Ron, but she did not. She actually, Mrs. Wonderful actually parked at Metzger's,
Who does that video?
Just an ad. I'm putting an ad in while we're here. Where is it?
And
Diet Pepsi?
him.
Yeah.
Wait,
Hey, Lake
right?
Michigan.
There you go. Is that a caffeine-free can? What's up with that?
I don't know. Is that what it is?
It looks like it. I mean, that's
Caffeine
is it white or is it silver?
Wait.
Oh, it does say caffeine free. Does yours?
Deb, what are you drinking?
I could tell.
Yeah.
I
Deb,
wish.
what are you drinking?
That's a
I
diet.
had enough of those
Cola.
last week though when I was away. I drank beers every day. Usually I don't drink it for my kids. It's just not who I am. And I had beers while I was away. Had to. While you're at the beach, you gotta have some beers.
Yeah, absolutely. Who does that link said, oops, something went wrong. The link that you put for that.
Well, but my question was in that audio,
Yeah.
I didn't listen to did Ron mention it there when they recorded them? Because that wasn't it pretty long? It was like 10, 15 minutes. How long was that audio on that? Because you don't see him, right? Didn't they pocket record him?
No, they knew he was being he knew it was being recorded.
Oh, he did?
Ron.
I thought he didn't, but I mean, it is what it is. If 3 people are there and 2 people know you're being recorded, in pretty much every state it's legal. Most states. Which sucks, but it's just the way it is.
North Carolina is a one consent state. Just
but that's what I'm saying. Like 2 people knew and 1 didn't. It is what it is. You know.
I record Sunny and Deb every time we talk. They don't know.
We're recording right now. You know, we're live. We're live
Yeah, exactly.
on YouTube. We're here. Here we are.
Yeah, but it's because Adam can't go a minute without hearing our voices. That's why he.
I'm sure he wasn't there. He wasn't here, and then all of a sudden I saw him pop up. I said, "Look at the 2 of you guys look great." And then he was just there. He was jealous. I said, "You 2 look great."
That,
yeah,
right?
I think he did. He came quick. It was fast. It was fast.
He's like an ego hog. He always has to be the center of attention. It seems like.
Oh yeah, and I know there's somebody said Mrs. Wonderful spoke to Mears. Is he the other heavy-set older guy that was recorded? The neighbor.
Was it Mears or Metzger?
It might be Metzger. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I don't know if Mears was recorded too, but I think it's Metzger.
She parked on his property, and he came out and told her she couldn't park there. And then she started talking to him, and that's how
she got it.
She did, right?
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys have time to listen to that video that who just put up, the one with Ron Logan again? Do you guys want to listen to it?
Midwest Mima.
I'd love to see it.
Where in North Carolina are you coming to? If you're coming to Charlotte, you'll have to hit me up. I'll take you out for a drink.
Who are you talking to?
Midwest Mima.
Oh.
I guess this Mima thing is a lot of people have Mima.
I know.
What does it mean? What does Mima mean?
Grandma. It's a grandma. It's a grandma.
Okay.
I'm a Mima.
All right. I'm from New York. We don't say Mima.
I know. We don't say Mima.
My
what do you call them there?
Mima.
Grandma, nanny.
Nanny.
Yeah, nanny.
There's so many different names for grandma. Nona.
Nana.
Yeah, Nona Italian.
Mimi.
I'm Italian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
hit
Italian.
mute so I don't talk over the video.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Give me a sec. I always do this. I have too many.
I was just going to say, I'm not hearing anything. I was just going to say
I found it. I found it. I'm
Alright.
good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
She always gets a little shy. And
It might be that caffeine free. You know, you need caffeine.
Hi. Are you Ron? Hi, Ron. We're from Fort Wayne, Indiana. We've been researching the Delphi case. I bet you have a lot of people come through here.
Most of them never stop.
They don't?
Been the road, but I don't never stop. So what have you found out? Anything?
It's a tough one.
Huh?
It's a tough one.
They screwed it up so bad that I don't think their bill's strong.
What do you think they screwed up?
Their investigation.
What'd they do?
It's concentrated on people who didn't do anything too much.
That's what you think?
I know it's what happened. They were going to pin it on me.
But you weren't home that day.
They didn't find that. They didn't care. You don't understand. Nobody knew that till later. They didn't care. We need to solve this, and you're it.
And you were in the hot seat.
I was in the hot seat. And when they found out there was just too much against them, didn't know that they gave up. But they spent all that time pissing around on a driving without a driver's license and all that shit when they should have been looking for murder.
Right. Yeah, you just had.
They wasted all that money, millions of dollars.
You went to the dump site that day. You went to the dump site.
What's the Lafayette? I was in Lafayette when it was going down.
Right.
Crazy.
Oh, you're getting wet, aren't you?
No. I got a faucet problem.
Uh-oh.
My pressure tank went out. I just replaced it a little bit ago. I got a brand new blowing faucet. Brand new, $100 and some. It's all plugged up with crap from the dirty water, rusty water.
Oh.
Some of the plumbing in this house is...
Well, there's some beautiful homes along here.
Yeah. I need you.
This whole area is beautiful.
You're from Fort Wayne.
Yeah, we walked the trails a little bit.
Yeah?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's a shame what happened.
I'm not surprised. I thought this would happen.
What?
Not the murders, but when they put those trails in the middle of nowhere, I said, you're going to have all kinds of drug problems and all kinds of crap from this. This will draw every deviant in the world to it.
I mean, we walked it a little bit. I was a little scared, because it was just us two.
Whoever did it long gone. They're not going to do it again. Not here, anyway.
Do you think they're from here?
I was part of somebody in the family for a long time.
Did you really?
Really?
Why did you think that?
Because it's too damn close. You can't see the forest for the trees.
Right.
Looking right at them, but the person who done that could have been on the search team to look for them when they were missing.
Right.
I mean, they had people out here in my woods that night that they were looking for them all over that place. Just didn't find them. Now, why did you not find them then?
Yeah, I find that surprising too.
And if that is a crime, with hundreds of people in my woods and walking up down the creek, tromping all over everything, what are you going to find?
Right.
Just destroy it.
Who found them?
Huh?
Who found them?
The neighbor over here, Pat Brown.
It's a she or he? Pat?
Yeah, Patrick.
Was he on the volunteer fire?
No, He's a neighbor.
Yeah.
Living for him.
And he found them.
There was some other woman with him. Supposedly, some people on the other side could look on my side of the creek, and they saw clothing. So they called up, said, "Hey, there's some clothing down there. Go check it out." So he went down over the hill, and he saw them immediately. So, and they're right out in the open. I don't understand why they didn't find them the night before. Why did it take them?
Do you think they were there the night before?
Well, according to all the law investigators, they were. No one thinks it's dump site.
Yeah. Let me close this.
I have no idea. It's the craziest.
Now, can you walk back there or no? Can you get back to where it happened?
It's not real easy, no.
Oh.
No, that's why it's such an odd. Okay, this where the bodies were is about 80 feet below where we're standing, and that side over there it goes down into a big valley and a big. Now, Deer Creek's way below us here.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a big drop. Yeah.
You would have to. I don't know how you get there unless you make them walk there. How you gonna get them there?
Right.
I don't know. How do you make two 14-year-old girls do something they don't want to do?
I was a teacher for 10 years. I don't know. Somebody in authority that they'd have to listen to.
This is somebody in the family.
Or family, someone they knew. Or authority. Yeah.
I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Now, what messed them up, what brought all the public down on them, I mean, they really crafted their white hat, is when they completely turned 180 degrees down. 2 years later, they're not looking for an old guy like me. They're looking for a young fella.
Right.
Now, wait a minute. You're going to just look at me and say, "Oh, sorry, Ron. Sorry, Ron, for all the shit we did and pulled on you, all the false reports we made. Send you to prison for not driving without a driver's license. Who goes to prison for that?"
How long were you there?
I got sentenced for 4 years and had to do 2.
You were in prison for 2 years? Just got out?
The people raised so much hell, they came and let me out, come home for house arrest last year.
Wow.
$500 a month.
To be on house arrest?
It's all money. All your justice is pure money. That's all it is. You got the money, you get the honey. You don't, you go to prison.
Wow, Ron. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, I've lost about everything. Completely. People came out here and stole shit, but they do have gone.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, well, yeah, they cleaned my garage out. Lost all my stuff.
So you got put in prison for 2 years. You lost your...
Honey, you get the honey. You know, you go to prison.
Wow, Ron. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, I've lost about everything. Completely. People came out here and stole shit, but they do have gone.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, well, yeah, they cleaned my garage out. Lost all my stuff.
So you got put in prison for 2 years. You lost your stuff. How long have you been out? I mean, you've been on house arrest about a year?
Completely over with everything February.
Oh, that's good.
February, but I've been home. I got home a year ago, January.
On house arrest.
So I did a year and...
So are you done now with...
I'm totally done. I'm a free man as far as that goes. But, there's all kinds of people, big time people looking into this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Bad that,
well, they got the money out there now, too.
I'm talking about, they call them investigating reporters.
Yeah, like Nancy Grace and that.
ACLU.
Right. We're not. Yeah. We're not. We're just 2 middle-aged women from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
I'm just an old man that got the hell beat out of it.
It sounds like it. Yeah.
15 hours in a locked
For what, a DUI?
Yeah. Solitary confinement in a concrete cell with no bedding, no bed, no clothes, and maybe in their neck.
Oh, Ron.
no food.
Did you have an attorney?
Yeah, my attorney didn't know where the hell I was. He ain't worth a shit either. If I had a good attorney, this never would have happened to me.
Oh my God. Bless your heart.
Never have happened to me.
Did you know anybody of their families? Did you know?
I never know.
Not before?
Brad German before the ground range because he's got a record that long. There's like 17 felonies in those two families combined. Libby's dad's got 6 or 7 felonies.
Right. With meth charges? Yeah. And we just saw where he lived. Really close. He just lives right over there.
Is he still living?
I think so.
With the latest on the Delphi murder case, nearly 5 years.
Okay, that was it for that. So, what did you guys take out from that? Again, after listening to it.
Thank you, Hudis.
Yeah.
That was really fascinating.
I've heard it a couple times, and
Same.
my ADHD kind of kicked in a little bit.
I was
Gotcha.
gonna say
It does.
too,
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I was going to say too, if you have not subscribed to Hudis's channel, look her up. She has all the media interviews, all kinds of stuff on her page, and you will find
This can
lots
drop
of
the link.
useful info.
I'm already subscribed. I just checked. We're already there.
Right.
She has her rent. She can drop her link.
Yeah.
And anyone, even CD, you can drop your link.
Where's Peace? Where's Peace is in here?
No,
Everything good with Peace?
He changed his name to Never Silent.
But no, he's not.
I like that.
He
Never
doesn't pop
silent.
up.
Oh, come on. He's a soldier, man. He's always
Yeah.
here. Maybe
He
he's busy
probably,
tonight.
he honestly is
Not-
probably, he's
Peace
probably
wasn't
volunteering
there
on
to
crisis.
start.
He's
Yeah.
probably volunteering on the crisis hotline that he does work.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's amazing. That's very
does that.
amazing.
He
Really
does
is
that usually
amazing
later
stuff.
at night.
Yeah.
Actually, now that you're here, CD, what are your thoughts on, if anything, on Karina McClurkin's case and Flint Farmer being arrested? Have you even know anything about
He's
that?
toast.
case?
He's toast.
He's toast.
Took a long time to get it, but he's toast.
Right.
I think they have everything they need on that case for him.
Right.
You know? I know it dragged on, and I actually saw a video. I don't know who put it up of the grandmother when she was searching, and she almost got hurt. But that they were using they call it like a backhoe in a sense. She almost got killed by that thing. You know? Listen, she was out there. She was doing it, man. You know, I give her a lot of credit. Amazing
Jerry
woman.
is
You know, she
become-
wanted answers.
Yeah.
So
Jerry has quickly become a role model of mine.
Yeah.
Like her and I, like we've already started twice this week, and I mean she's quickly become a role model of mine.
Thank you.
admire
That's
everything
impressive
about her.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff.
Well, I was going to say, so this is where I get upset. So we'll come to find out certain things with this case as soon as it, in time.
It did drag on. It did drag on. Were they working as hard as they should be? Probably not.
Well, why
you know?
why
They
do
had
these
the
informants get off like they do? I don't get this. I
Why
don't
do what?
get
I didn't hear you.
why do these informants get off like they do? So meaning there's informants that are going to get off from this case. I don't understand this. So if they had information,
It's depending on what they knew. If they were that's the same thing like what I said about Keegan as a hypothetical. If they're the reason that they got the person that committed the murder, they're going to get a deal. It sucks, but it happens every single day without people knowing. I've had
The information
informants
that
for
led-
me who have given so much, and you don't know the many times I've had to go to different places, New York City, to pick them up because the cops were lenient and would let them off because they work for you. It's just the way it is. It sucks, but you do need these dirtbags to be giving you what they got because their ears to the ground. They know everything. They're hearing everything. Criminals trust each other.
well, I was going to say that, but explain this to me. If it turns out that one of the informants showed exactly where the body was for Karina, and that was from 6 years ago that informant had that information, How is it that they're
He doesn't
gonna
have to. He doesn't have to tell anybody.
They did.
It's the right to do. If the informant was told, he doesn't have to tell anybody. Are you saying the informant was there at the scene?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So like,
well, the information that they made the arrest off of Farmer is information.
Well, I knew there was an
that,
informant.
Information
I
that
didn't
they
know that
had
the informant was there.
No, the information that they made the arrest off of, that they had the week of the murder.
They had the information.
They had the information the week of the murder.
Mm-hmm.
But they
And
don't.
it was followed
That's the
up
whole
on-
thing, though. There's nothing saying that they have to turn it over. They weren't
No, I'm
there.
saying
They
that they
didn't
did.
witness it. They didn't know how. If it was, I mean, a lot comes into that.
I
Should they
understand that.
ethically have said it? Yeah, ethically they should have
Well,
told
no.
somebody.
I'm saying that the Kokomo Police Department was given the information.
Oh, they were given that info 6 years ago and never did.
Yeah.
the week of the murder, and they
Right.
were followed, and it was followed up on the week after.
And it came from an actual register. Like you, when you're an informant, you're registered to
No.
the cop. Like you're given a number, and nobody's supposed to have any access to that person. Like nobody's supposed to know.
We can't.
I know,
confirm
but I'm
that
saying
they were
if
informed.
that came from an actual like registered informant and nobody did anything with it, that just doesn't make sense. That needs to be investigated internally and figured out.
This person was
Because let me tell you something. When an
was alleged to
informant
be
of
an
mine
informant.
who was registered under me told me something, I listened. Because you build a rapport with them, and it's like an honesty system. It levels up. You know, the stuff they're giving you levels up,
Right.
and they build credibility. Even though they're a dirtbag, they build
Right, but how
credibility
does,
with you.
I don't understand this though. So if the informant knew the information 6 years ago, let's just say this. Okay.
Yeah.
They said
But you're
nothing.
saying that he gave it to law enforcement right after basically right when he found out about it. And they didn't do anything with it. That is weird. That's just not the way it works. You know, that's just not the way it works.
And I'm going off of what we were told. So, you know,
But what you were told is probably right if it's coming from one of the family members. You know, I mean, listen, you see it all over. For some reason, Indiana, it's just one thing after another. Where I love to give law enforcement the benefit of the doubt, but you just see things that just make you scratch your head and say, "What's going on there?" You know, what's going on? Floor fires. What's going on? You know, there's so many things that what's happening. You know, where's the integrity?
Do you believe that the floor fires is just really simply about cover-ups?
You know, I mean, I've heard a couple times that the mom hasn't sat back down with law enforcement. Why? I'm not saying she did it. I'm not saying that at all. Please don't take that way, because that's what I'm saying. But why isn't she fully cooperating?
Right.
You know,
And
what's happening? Like, I just don't understand it. You know, I mean, I know she moved. I think she lives in California now and stuff. But why aren't you getting back together with them and let's figure this out? Let's find out what the hell happened that night.
Right. Really quickly, who just like what we're referring to is not someone that snitched. It's someone that
snitching isn't being an informant.
No, it's not.
No, it's totally
But
different.
yeah,
When
but
you're a registered informant, you are given a number, and that's like back in the day, like 20 years ago, you had to contact the police department to get in touch. Not everybody had cell phones, and you would just give your number. I need to get in touch with blah blah blah. Here's my number, and they know. I would know the number of who it is. I'd get in contact, meet up. You know, I'd always bring another guy with me or girl, whatever. Or somebody would always be with you, because you just never know if you're going to get attacked. You have no idea, but you build credibility with these guys, and they give you things that solve cases.
Right.
So that doesn't make sense. Was it just a snitch that got popped on a different crime and gave the information? That could be possible. But if it was a registered informant, something smells like, why wasn't that followed up? If you're telling me that they would have had this guy 6 years ago and her body, that's very weird.
The body. No, I don't know that. That's one thing I don't know. I don't know if they were given the body information. But
they were given that what happened. They were given that she was murdered in his house.
Am I right, Sonny? Deb?
Say that again.
I don't remember if they were given the location
where the body was located, or was it the murder
they
itself?
were told what happened.
Right. It was what happened.
Correct.
That's enough. I mean, that's enough. Why wasn't it? Why wasn't it followed?
And
Was he
about
interviewed
the
back then?
carpet.
Did they go in his house at that point? Didn't they go in his house and interview him? They did interview him.
And they searched. Right.
I don't know.
And then they were informed that there was carpet on
Why
the
wasn't
porch.
was a
waiting
dog
to be
taken?
picked
Was
up by
a
the
dog
trash.
brought in there? Was a bloodhound brought in there? You know.
Well, that's the joke
Let me tell
of
you
it.
something. I have seen dogs do magical things that we sometimes can't even comprehend. I've seen dogs find drugs in gas tanks that they're not even supposed to be able to smell. They just, because there's different stuff and ecstasy pills or whatnot that a dog could hit on, but they're not supposed to hit on ecstasy.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, and it happens. But it's just these cases just, when you just break them down, it doesn't add up.
Yeah.
From what?
Sorry, Deb, go ahead.
Hudis just said that they did not use luminol for the blood.
They might not have had. I mean, they might not have. These are smaller departments. I mean, did they have it? Did they have it on hand? I mean, a lot of these smaller departments have to call in the county crime scene. They just don't. They just don't have the manpower. They don't have the qualifications. It's just the way it is.
Right. And Hudis is correct. I believe the body location was given the day he was arrested. I do believe that's true. And they never checked the flooring. That's what I heard is they never checked the flooring until June of this year, even though they were informed.
Even though they were informed
that the carpet was on the curb,
was ripped out
for the trash to be picked up, and they never came and checked it.
Yeah.
Hold on one sec.
So, and again, I'm not here to like crucify the Kokomo Police Department, but I just my heart breaks for the fact that Jerry McClurkin, James McClurkin, they fought so hard for so long for Karina.
Yeah.
And the answers that they were fighting for were the answers that
were
were
there a
given
long time ago.
That she went missing, and they have fought like hell for 6 years. And something
law
fell
enforcement
through the cracks.
Yeah, and law enforcement called Jerry crazy and everything else, and all along she was correct.
Right. They attacked her credibility. They made her into be a crazy woman.
Mm-hmm.
And it's despicable to me.
Yeah.
Me too.
That happened. Right here. When she was simply fighting for justice for her granddaughter. Sorry, Sonny.
Yeah. No, go ahead. So the carpet was ripped up. Jerry, I think even Jerry was asking for them to go look at the carpet in the apartment that had been ripped up, and they never did. It was literally out in the garage or whatever it was, and they never did.
It was on the curb.
It was on the curb waiting for the trash.
It was on the curb waiting for the trash.
Mm-hmm. Right? So
sorry. But it's just hearing all this, it's just very weird. It doesn't make sense. Did they not believe it and they believed him and didn't go further and look to get a search warrant and search the whole house?
Yeah, exactly. It just seems like very sloppy, very
sloppy policing. It is.
Or did they deem an 18-year-old brown girl with a drug problem not worthy of their time?
I would never.
And that's my
I would
opinion.
never. I know, but I would never. It's a person. It's a human. That's missing. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
Like this grandmother.
My first partner in the NYPD was a black guy. We were brothers, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way it is. I don't understand why there's always this color line, but it could be. You just never know. You never know. But that was never a thought of mine, man. Not for a second. That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is in some parts of the country. I mean, I don't know.
And I'm not anti-police. I'm not.
No. I get what you're saying.
I support the police.
Something when you think about it, something doesn't fully add up. Something. What's going on down there? What's
and it's
happening?
all over. I mean,
it is. It's in a lot of places. I mean, look at the turnout for the Kylie girl. And not saying she doesn't deserve it. Not everybody gets that turnout. Not everybody gets that turnout.
No,
where they're 11 days in, and they're out 10 miles in every direction.
You had Karina McClurkin, you had the Floor Girls, and what case? And we're here talking about Delphi.
But I also think that the Flora girls, they had to get stuff back, and they had to figure out what caused the fire. You know, I don't think it had anything to do with their color. That's just my opinion.
No.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait till you get stuff back and whatnot. You know?
But CD,
I don't know. That's a weird one though. What's that? Go ahead, Deb.
The promotion and the support from communities is not there for the Flora
It's not
girls
the
like
same.
it is
No, I agree.
for
I agree.
Abby and Libby. And I think that
agree.
unfortunately.
But
And
let me
we're
tell you
all guilty
something.
of it.
Look at what the cops did. Because I've carried two children out of a fire before, 2 twin babies, and look at those guys to get in there, and people are knocking them for not having equipment on. There were 4 kids in there. It doesn't matter if you have equipment on. You're trying to get in there. That's just the way it is. You know, that's the way it is. I didn't have a mask on. I was in a building that was full of smoke. I got smoke inhalation. I was choking to death. I ended up in the ER from it, but that's just what you do. You know,
right?
You can't wait. Minutes count. That's just the way of the world. Minutes count. You can't wait till the fire department's not there. They're not with the respirators on, ready to go in. And you know, there's 4 kids in there that have no way out, and you could possibly be that way out. You're gonna do it.
Yeah.
You know, I know there's people that are knocking them for it, and like this letter came out that they're the reason that they, like, the cops caused like more damage by trying to go in.
Right.
It's just bizarre. I don't know what's going on. I really
Well,
don't.
was it either one or both of those, Yoder and the other Dissinger, weren't they also
They got
volunteer
burned.
firemen?
Yeah, well, I think one of them was. I believe one.
Yeah.
They both might have been, but I believe one was.
Right.
But that's the whole thing. Even if you weren't, you're gonna try everything possible.
Right.
Because they were trapped. You know, they were probably screaming.
They were.
You know, we have
People
no
said
idea
they
what
could
that's.
hear.
That's what I'm saying. You know.
Yeah.
And your instinct is get in that building, get them out. You know. And I believe their first attempt they couldn't get in because the flames like bursted at them, and then they got a chance to get in, and then they got burned themselves.
Right.
But they're not the reason that happened. That's crazy. They tried to do what they could, and that's what you do every day. You know.
Who just said
and they got to live with that.
Abby and Libby's families are what help keep the community support and involvement. The 4 girls' moms didn't even really push for
justice. I agree because she not. I'm not saying that she's involved.
Yeah,
but
that's true. That's
you,
true.
You have
she hasn't
have
done
to.
Much too.
She hasn't. I mean, Carter said I think 2 years ago that she hasn't sat back down with them. You know.
Yeah, so. Sonny, sorry,
he wouldn't mention why. I'm sure it's attorney based. You know, it's probably attorney based. You know. But what caused that fire? What were the accelerants? What exactly was it? You know, was it gasoline? That's an accelerant. What was put outside near that porch that caused that fire to start?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
CD, someone asked if you'd put your link in the chat. I don't have it handy.
I did. It's there. I could do it again.
Someone just asked though, because they said
again.
if we would take the comment down because they couldn't see your name.
Yeah, you got to work it on this channel. You got to do your own shit, right? Right now,
Peace isn't here, so you've got to put your own link in.
We're not dropping any links. Do it yourself.
My dog is chewing something. What was that? Was that the remote?
Midwest Mima. Here's that CD's link that he just dropped. His name is
It's a self-serve channel.
Analysis of a Crime with CD is his channel.
Yeah, we're just dropping links.
He has great content.
He'll be more proactive in his winter.
No, September. Once the kids are back in school, I'll be free.
When is your next red talk on Reddit?
I'm trying to get it done this week. I just don't know what day. It will get done.
Those are really fascinating.
And they're fun. They're fun. They're interesting. The questions are great. They're a good time. You know, I just got the email. I think 3 days ago, that I could just drop red talks whenever I want. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna red talk the shit out of it, you know?
Yeah. Midwest just joined your channel.
Cool. Thank you. Good to have you.
What was I just saying?
Is that a light next to you, Adam? What is that thing? What is that light that's to you?
No, that's not a light. That's his microphone.
That's my microphone.
Oh, it's changing colors though, right? I'm not hallucinating over here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is. There was only a piece of it, but I kept
seeing. Are you surprised that I have a color changing microphone?
No, it's actually interesting. I like it. I didn't know if it was because wasn't there a lava lamp going on back there or something?
No, candles.
I thought I saw a lava lamp. I don't know. Maybe I thought that was a lava lamp. I saw that.
I was a big fan of the lava lamps back in my Spencer days.
That's what I thought you had going.
I bet you were.
Lamp action.
I was going to say, Adam.
I did a couple of them.
I have the rainbow mouse pad and the rainbow keyboard and all that crap. And then Adam comes along with the rainbow mic, and I still haven't bought myself one, Adam, but I will. Because
my dog has the weirdest rainbow collar on right now, and it's hysterical. And one of the neighbors like, "Is that a pride collar?" I'm like, "Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I mean, whatever you want to think it is. It is. It's pride. Yeah, that's cool. Listen, all good. Whatever they want to think it is, but it's like 50 different colors. It's just like a total rainbow. It's bizarre.
I mean, I'm like, what if your poor dog's like a homophobe and he's like, I don't want to wear this.
I got to be honest. I don't think she likes it just because of the collar, not the color. She's not happy with it.
You guys, CD and that. What are those lights? I can't think of what they're called anymore. Back in the day when I was no. They're like little strands that glow at the end.
Oh yeah. The glitter strand. I know what you're talking about.
Fiber optics.
The fiber optic. Yeah.
Back in the day when I remember I was little, my mom owned one of those things. I love those little.
But they used to have the handheld ones. They used to have it like 4th of July of those things. You know, you used to shake them. Didn't you shake them and they change color? Yeah.
I've always been a big fan of anything that like was shiny and lit up.
Same. It's like
colors.
squirrel. Right. ADHD, whatever you want to call it. I don't care.
I think everybody, like when we were kids, I mean, that was,
40.
I was like, I think I was 13 years old. Me and my friends went to Chinatown with duffel bags to buy fireworks. 13 years old. Let me tell you something. We had no business doing what we were doing. Okay.
Yeah.
None. We're like walking around Chinatown, fireworks. Oh, no, over there. You go over there and they like, come follow me. And they're like running. And you're like, where the hell is this person taking us? We were kids. We had no business in New York City, in Chinatown, coming back on the train, loaded up with Blockbuster. We could have blew the train up. That's how much shit we had on us. But that's what you did. That's what you did back in the 90s, man.
And instead
that could never happen anymore. Yeah, that was a city cop. Isn't that crazy?
I need to bring a halt for 1 second.
Yeah.
So, CD, you just gave me a segue into something when I was walking home. Like raccoons, you're attracted to sparkly things. So I was thinking of a couple channels as this happened. And you'll see what I mean. So let me quickly just play it for a sec. I'll just share the screen.
Share away. I got a raccoon that won't go away. Actually, it keeps eating my garbage, and it's very stressful.
Oh yeah.
It actually chewed a hole into the garbage top so it could stick its freaking head in there, and it's still eating, and it's dry. It's insane.
You might have to trap it.
I did that 2 years ago, and I took it like 7 miles away. I think he found his way back, and he's really pissed off because this is a seriously aggressive raccoon.
Okay, wait, let me take this down. Okay, so I was on my way home, the 2-minute walk that I have. But anyways, so I was on my way home, and the perfect thing happened. I was thinking of a couple channels, and I think you guys will know what I mean when I say that. So let me just quickly play it.
Okay. Did you record that? That raccoon could be rabid. You know
that's
that,
what
right?
I was gonna say.
But
He was about to do the circle. If you did, I've had to put raccoons down that were on people's decks and stuff doing that because they get aggressive and they're rabid.
They're nocturnal. Hang on.
Yes.
They're nocturnal, so they should not be out during the day. When you see one out during the day, stay clear of it.
It was about 15 feet down underneath the bridge.
Yeah.
I was on the bridge walking home.
Well, it looks like behind it was where it was living, but it didn't want to go in there, and it was daytime. So something was wrong with that raccoon.
It literally, think of like.
Well, he was about to do the circle, the rabbit circle.
Well, he was
didn't
taking
notice
a
he had
shit.
weird
Is what I was doing.
Yeah, it was shitting, but it also was things weren't right with that bed.
They had rabies.
All I know
Yeah.
is that as it was taking a dump, I was like going, let me just think of a couple channels that fit that same mold.
The first one I had to shoot, my lieutenant scared me so much because he was a germaphobe that I actually had to shoot it with my head turned because he told me that the blood was going to go in my eyes and I was going to get rabies. Yeah, you have no idea. Yeah, it was like basically the Wild West when I shot this raccoon. It was terrible. It's said you got to put deer down and everything else, but the thing was absolutely going to hurt somebody because it was just on the front lawn of a neighborhood and it was getting close to school time and it was not moving. It was just doing circles and circles.
Yeah,
there may or may not be me trying to shoo away a raccoon and getting all assertive and being like, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" And then the raccoon charges me, and I jumped onto the hood of a car to get away from it, and I hid on top of the car.
Oh man, that must have been amazing surveillance footage to get on the Nest camera.
There may be a video of it somewhere. Still.
I'm sure somebody might have that.
Go ahead.
We had a horrible situation in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has the big black wrought iron gates all around the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
And with the point things at the top. And deer like to jump that.
Oh.
And I was coming home one night. My son was in the car and one tried to jump it and impaled itself on and was hanging and still alive. It was horrible. And so I had to call the police and they had to come out and put it.
Yeah.
Where do you live? Salem's Lot?
Huh?
Where do you live? Salem's Lot?
It's terrible. There's sometimes stupid animals. I mean, they run right into cars. I mean, it's horrifying.
As if it wasn't bad enough that, I had to see that. And then I called the police and I assumed the police would get it down.
No.
I mean,
they're not getting it down. They're just going to shoot it.
Well, they did shoot it, but then they tried to get it down, but they couldn't. And so on the way to church the next morning, we passed it and there it was.
Oh no. I mean, they should have, they usually have, they're like roadkill specialists. Anything that you kill, they come and get pretty quick. They're pretty quick about it.
When we came back, they were there taking it down. And
sometimes you got like hunters that are like, "Oh, you got to put that down." Like after it gets hit by a car, they're like, "I'll take it," and you're like, "Let me kill it. You can take it." And it's so horrible, but they see 50 pounds of meat and they're taking it.
Yeah, that happened. That actually happened when I was a teenager. I hit a deer and spun my car.
You see the pickup truck. The pickup truck pulls up and they just wait for the cop to come. And they're like, "Oh, we could take it if you want. Go ahead, it's all yours."
Once
I put it down, it's yours.
One of my dad's friends came and got the deer, and I was like, "No, that was horrible."
It's horrible. It is. It's a horrible thing, but it's just part of the life cycle. What are you going to do? There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can somebody tell me
you guys know a Mazda Miata, the little convertibles?
Yeah.
This one buck destroyed this guy's car from the front, from the headlight and bumper. The roof was ripped apart to the back,
and those are nice built cars.
Yeah, it was a really nice car. The poor guy was shattered because the deer just kept trying to get up and its legs. I mean, it is hard. It's horrifying. I mean, I've had it happen in front of children. You have to put it down, and it's like, please cover your kids' ears. There's nothing you can do. You got traffic stopped for a mile in both directions. The deer's standing up and falling over. It's tragic.
Well, like one time, and where like where I grew up, you get I mean, you hear everyone you know's hit a deer once or twice.
Yeah.
I mean, people like where I grew up would, cow pastures would get open and people would hit cows on country roads in the middle of the night. And you think a deer's going to mess your car up. You hit a cow.
Oh my God.
How the hell is somebody hitting a cow though? I mean, you don't see it?
In the middle of the night on a country road? Yeah.
I guess. No, I know. Yeah, you're limited. You're limited.
Yeah.
There's no street lights. You are limited.
My sister's not hard to see, CD. I'm telling you right now.
No, that's nice. That's terrible. That's so terrible. That's terrible.
Was bad.
That's horrible.
This is okay. One more deer story. My dad and his friend. My dad had a pickup truck. He was coming home, going down interstate, and a deer jumped to avoid a car and landed in the back of the pickup truck bed. and then. It stunned it, but then it jumped up and took off. But they saw a trail of blood. It was injured. Yeah. So my dad and his friend came back to the house got their shotguns and their gear and went
They
to
tracked it,
find
huh?
it. Yeah, they tracked it because
You could
they
track
didn't-
them a mile, depending on how bad. If the injury's not bad, but they're still bleeding out, they could go a mile. You know.
Yeah, they didn't want it to suffer, and
No.
you know.
Right.
I see who just hit a coyote and exploded. One less of those runts in the world. They're
Yeah.
brutal. They're brutal animals.
I've always had an irrational fear of hitting a deer and having the antlers come through the window and impaling me.
Oh God! What do you think? A deer's gonna hunt you down?
No. Just
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I've had this. I've always had it. I've always had this unnatural fear. Of it
My
coming through the
brother
window and impaling
bought a brand new Tahoe, like got to be like 10 years ago, and he was driving home, and he's got no streetlights where he lives or whatnot, and he just saw this animal coming, something coming from the side of the road, and the deer ran right into his door.
That happened.
His door. It smashed the shit out of his car, and he like swerved, and he's looking at it, and the deer just like kept shaking his head, and then just trotted off in the woods. He caused like $2,500 worth of damage. My brother was so pissed.
Man.
It's just the way it is. Deer lived. He shook it off and ran away. You know.
Who just? I have that same thing with the logs. If I'm behind a logging truck.
Oh yeah, I don't like those either. You just, you just never know.
You're asking for something bad to happen.
You definitely are. That's a get around and keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was
I see I think it's down south. They hunt the raccoons at night. There's YouTube videos of it. It's terrible. They're like, I see a raccoon in the tree, and then they just pop it. You're like, oh my God.
Is that how we sound down here, CD?
Well, some of those YouTube videos, they're hysterical, you know? They're like, oh, look, there's the coon in the tree, and they're popping with a 22, and it just falls out. It's a terrible thing to do, but I guess if it's destroying your crops and stuff, you got no choice. But yeah, I'm telling you, look it up. It's not a northern sport. It's going on down south. They're hunting the raccoons at night.
Yeah.
I was trying to find this picture, but it's buried away. I was trying to find this picture of my son and where his vehicle ended up. And it's one of these things. If he says that he was avoiding hitting a deer, and his vehicle is in this tall grass, and you could go about 500 yards and watch this trail of tires, and his vehicle is in there.
So did you not believe that he hit a deer and he just lost control, or what do you think?
I believe he lost.
I think it was you believe it was a little story, going a little too fast and lost it.
I think so. That was my
right.
gut.
Because if he was going that fast, then you're not missing that deer.
I just think
it's just not going to happen. You're going to make that contact.
I just felt like he was bullshitting Mama a bit, for sure. When I feel
Sonny,
it,
what do you got behind you in the green screen? Is that a?
You changed it today.
Yeah, is that like a blood pressure thing? Is that like your heart rate?
No.
I see like a heart rate thing. What is that?
Yeah, no.
EKG?
It was like on the.
I see 91. I thought we got a pulse there. I don't know.
No,
it does kind of look like that.
It does, right? I'm not losing my mind.
Here,
it's a heart rate monitor.
I think it is
no,
too.
No, I'll show you. No, hold on 1 second. Let me move it out of the way. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. So ignore this one. Let's see what I can't even see the screen, but you can see it. The screen.
So wait, you're not actually using a green screen. You're just able to throw something behind you.
No, I'm using a green screen. Yeah.
Oh,
but
you
this
are. Okay.
But when I create stuff or whatever, like for instance here, I just pulled it from here.
I got you.
So this was like a news thing from in Filmora Wondershare. So
I see the world. Yeah, the world's there.
Hold on a second.
There's like a world map.
Hold on, stop, you stupid thing. So I just went over to I just went over to titles, found one that I wanted to use, which was this one here.
That's
so
cool.
that's the true one.
Oh, cool.
But I just took out the background for it. So it's just basically like whatever thing I wanted to use. This is the video that I'm working on. I kind of like the start, to be honest with you. You can see what I'm doing right now?
I see, yeah.
Yeah. So there's the BG there. But this is kind of the start.
Cool.
Okay, that's all you're gonna get. but I did kind of like this effect with the
Nothing
thing around.
outside where you relax. My daughter's getting all lamped up. I don't know what she's doing. She's doing circles. She's doing circles now. A lot of circles going on here. Nothing.
I'm gonna have to hop off here in a minute.
No, I know.
Like, so tired.
I'm tired too.
I was gonna say, wait. Oh! Don't do that. Cancel. Let me just come back into the screen. I can't even see what I'm doing. Oh, there we are. Okay.
So now after tonight, I don't think Adam's gonna bother me. You better come online. I'll come online. Everybody's got to be sleeping. It's got to work. I missed seeing you guys. It's got to work. You know, if I had Mason right here, screaming, it wouldn't really work out too well.
Yeah, no.
He's moments away from waking up because he sticks his leg out and he looks for me. It's so cute. What are you gonna do?
A long time ago, Daisy made a comment that said, "Sonny, you got to glow," meaning she was basically saying because CDs are white. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, Daisy.
It has got to be like 3 months.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I absolutely love CD as a person. But I just because it's like he's like me in male form in so many ways. He says so many same things, but I love somebody that's just real, tells it like it is.
Got to be real. Got to be real.
And have a laugh, can joke around, and so it was exciting to, because like I know you've been saying it a lot. And then you're saying, "Oh, I laid down with my son and da."
Well, that's what it is. But once I lay down with him, and it takes like an hour for him to fall asleep, I pass out before him. I think I do. I really do. But I'm always listening. I'm here. It's just like I'm just in La La Land. I got the kids running around.
Yeah. Oh, so CD, go ahead.
I was saying really quickly. Hudis, when I lived in California one time, I'd gone out drinking with some friends. And my apartment door was on the outside, and I came home, and there was a possum that used to hang out in front of my apartment door.
They're gross.
And it would hiss at me, and those red eyes.
They do hiss. They do hiss.
Red eyes, and they hiss. And so I got it away from my front door, and in the state I was in that night, I decided that it was going to be smart if I fed it. So the next day, I don't remember any of this, of course, but the next day I walked out of my apartment. Boy. And there was an entire loaf of white bread that I had just tossed down the stairs off the balcony so I was like, who threw all this white bread all over the ground?
Oh boy.
Because I was trying to
You're gonna have to do a special on what made you move from California to Carolina. We're gonna have to hear that story one day.
Well, I moved
That's a big move.
Yeah.
That's a different move. It is.
Yeah.
Even though you're in Charlotte, which is a city, but it's not California, Yeah. It's a big move.
Let's see here. Our next live is, I guess, what is today? Friday?
No.
Wednesday.
Friday.
No, it's turning Thursday.
Yeah, our next live is Friday.
Oh.
Well, yeah, maybe over there. I still got a couple more hours, CD, before it turns whatever here.
I thought you were skipping days.
Anyway, CD, thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure having you.
If it works, I'll always hop on.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're always welcome here.
I know you people are all good people. I love hanging out here.
Well, everyone except Deb. So she's rude.
Oh, stop.
She's rude.
Poor Deb. Deb, how come you're always the one that gets ganged up on, Deb?
I know, and I'm the only nice one.
It's unbelievable.
You have to cut down the strong one.
They go after the one who's consistently nice. That's just the way of the world.
Right.
We could see where the bullies are. See the bullies are coming.
You got to tear down the Beyonce.
Pow.
What's your zodiac sign, cities? What's your zodiac sign?
Aries.
Okay, so you blend with us as well. That's why I'm telling you. If anyone knows the freaking, which I don't know a lot about the zodiac, but I know enough to know that Cancers, Aries, Pisces, a little bit.
I got part of the Aries in here. I can't.
Could you not handle the whole ram?
No, it's all in there. It's just who wants to show all their tattoos online? But it's there. It's got the sun and stuff. There's a lot going on. It's like a 20.
Yeah, I date.
21-year-old
compatible,
decision.
I dated an Aries.
Listen. I'm a '90s guy. I got the tribal too. 90s. That's the way it is, man.
Yeah, but Stevie, do you have the Chinese?
That was done. What is it?
Tramp
You have
stamp.
the Chinese symbol tramp stamp.
There's no Chinese. I have no Chinese.
I have
my friends do.
I have a Chinese.
Quick funny story, right? we went to this down the Bronx one time, right? My friend's like, I gotta go get a tattoo. I'm like, all right, it's my first one. I'm like, all right, yeah, let's go. Like 5 of us went, right? Who's getting eyebrows pierced, doing crazy things. It was the 90s. You're doing crazy things. And there was a song by Biggie Smalls, Give Me the Loot, right? By the time the tattoo guy started that song, it's like 3 minutes long. My friend's tattoo was done. And we just laughed. Even the tattoo guy, we were laughing hysterical. He's like, oh, that was traumatizing. I'm like, that was like 3 minutes long. You'll be fine, So what are you going to do, Just the way it is.
Sonny.
Oh, no, you got to go, you said. I'm so sorry.
No, I got a question quickly. Okay. You just skimmed by a really important
amazing
comment.
Not really, actually, Deb. What I see.
What did it say?
Can I highlight it here?
Yeah, you can highlight it.
What does it say?
Highlight it.
Makes me upset.
Is this by Don Spain that we're reading here?
No.
No.
It's by Lisa.
What does it say? Something about tribal tattoos? Oh, that was
Lisa is copying. Lisa, I have said that since February.
It's hysterical.
Have I not said that since February?
Does the butthole star count? One there?
That is so
Haters gonna hate. Deb is the
star,
and
Sonny, what are we
Deb
gonna
is
do
the
with
star,
you?
and we all know it.
Yeah.
It's true.
Well, all I was picturing when CD
I
said,
think Deb might be one of the big researchers here. I think so. Deb's digging during the day.
No, Deb.
I don't know.
Deb
They're all
do
pretty
much
good.
shopping most of the day.
Actually, I don't know.
She's shopping, huh? What are you buying all day long?
They're pretty
going on over
good,
there?
pretty good researchers, all of us, really.
No. Deb, don't give us too much credit because Asshat wouldn't like that. Don't give us too much.
Oh, well, that's true.
We're not going to mention it.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
God.
We're not going to talk about that.
He just that guy.
research.
There's a lot of parody accounts on him all over YouTube.
Oh,
right?
I know.
Oh, yeah.
There's some
Yeah,
funny ones. There are some funny ones. There's some funny ones out there. Yeah. Hey, I heard Rick Snay. Rick Snay is off the DP theory. That's pretty impressive. Rick Snay did a 180.
I saw that today.
What happened?
Don't know that person.
No, he's he didn't like me for a while. He attacked me on Reddit for months. You just stop answering because you just can't.
I know it gets boring.
Yeah, that's like
he had me as a New Jersey detective for like Jersey City or something. Like I don't even know.
I wish everyone the best.
I've never lived in New Jersey in my life. New Yorker my entire life. Dummy. But what are you gonna do? That's just the way it is.
One day I'll tell you the story of how I lived beside Keegan Dunker and lived in Indiana, and then I was a druggie and moved up to Canada. One day I should share that story with you all.
Yeah.
I want everyone to be happy.
Yeah.
Life ever.
That's not going to happen.
If there's a platform for that person and there's enough crazies to follow them,
there is sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, apparently so.
There is.
Yeah.
There is.
It's scary, And when you read their comments and they believe them, it's like, wow.
I know.
Where it's like you feel like you're in the Twilight Zone.
Absolutely. I seen this person, and thank you for subscribing to me. Get it real.
Oh, Alexa.
So I seen this person that subscribed.
Is that the angry Canadian out of his mom's garage? That's awesome. That is so funny.
So, that's the angry Canadian.
That could be descriptive.
He'll go off on sleuth on his live, and then all of a sudden he'll put in there like, and fuck CD. Like I haven't spoken about this guy in 6 months.
I've never.
That like gets sent in there, and you're like, wow, what? The guy asked me to look at those pictures once. I actually had a guy who's 25 years photography and digital stuff. He looked at it, I said nothing was there, and it was just like I went against them, I guess. And it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Was it Todd?
That's Todd. Todd, was it?
Who's Todd?
Who's Todd? Todd's the guy that's been in photography for 25 years and kept insisting the BG had glasses on because he his name was Todd.
No. He sent me stuff before. No, this is somebody else. Right. But I know who Todd is because he sent me the glasses picture. Yeah. I've seen that.
Oh yeah, and it was obviously so accurate because
if anything else can be said about that, and I'm not going to talk about ASSB or whatever his name is, but if you can routinely, as a man, do nothing but 95% of the time complain, smoke weed, and talk nonsense.
Don't even do
apparently in an attempt to have a higher IQ because your IQ is so small that all you can do is attack a female for her physical features that you see that aren't accurate or true.
Is that what he's doing? So I don't really pay attention. I really don't. It's just like once in a while.
If you listen to the things he says about Sunny,
that's terrible.
Disgusting.
Oh, no, that's
it doesn't bother her.
It's
it
like,
doesn't bother her.
No, I get it, but it's still gross.
And it takes a small little man.
Somebody on YouTube a male should not be attacking a female anywhere on YouTube. I don't care what you're saying; it just shouldn't be said. It's just irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
My thing is still this though. I can laugh at it very easily. Call me a war pig. Call me a gargoyle. Call me whatever your little heart desires. But is it really having an impact on my feelings? Ouch! Not at all. But
it's disturbing. It's just disturbing. It's unnecessary.
Well,
it's unnecessary.
Right, but the thing is that when people actually have that small intellect to do stuff like that, it just shows how less meaning they have in their own actual lives. Like their life is so pathetic that they need to do stuff like that. And the thing is that the channels will only go about this far. They're not going to turn into these.
But you guys all have seen Training Day before, right?
Of course, yeah. But all they're doing is
you know the area where Denzel Washington lives, how nobody could get in there? Like 3 months ago, he described his neighborhood like that. Like, come over here in Canada, come find me. All the boys will alert me. Like, what are they going to send? Pigeons? Like,
I know.
What's happened? How paranoid are you? Who is traveling to Canada to find you? Like, that's pure paranoia.
Because no one cares enough about you.
But look at Bridgeburner.
It's not even. It's just nobody's traveling to Canada to find you.
I know.
It's just
no one gives a shit about you.
No.
And the people that do give a shit about you are
do
shit
you?
themselves.
You know. You have a following that listen to you. Just do you. Don't there's no reason for it.
That's
we don't
what
talk
it is,
about
right?
it. Yeah.
Do you. Just worry about you. Who cares what we're doing over here? Who cares what another channel's doing? Who cares? Worry about yourself. But then
it takes a really special man to attack a woman.
Yeah, it's just
in the way
that's
that
just
they do
gross.
in that channel.
Gross.
Yeah.
Unnecessary and gross. Like,
you want to come after me, that's fine. But like to attack, just to attack a woman for like anything like that is just disgusting.
Yeah, he'll go on a tangent about Sleuth and then throw it about me. It's really, I find it funny though. And fuck CD too. I'm like, what? Wow. All right. But just whatever.
But you know what gets me though, guys?
Don't take my experience and use it wisely. I don't know what to tell you. Just go on your own.
CD.
Just go swim.
CD though. I have to say this. This always makes me laugh. And Deb, I know we're going to go in a second here. This always makes me laugh. We got pug face, mug face, whatever, that can't even put his face barely on camera, right?
Mm.
I mean, literally puts himself to the garage. And this one time he shows his face, he looks like a
and that Pontiac. Like, is he racing that car? What's going on?
And the house for sale sign.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw the sign. Is it a for sale sign or is it just? I think it's just a realtor sign.
I think it says, "I'm the biggest loser here in this part of Canada." I think that's kind of what it says.
Let me tell you, this video. I'm telling you right now, this live. There's going to be a something out on me within the week. That's
absolutely.
Yeah, it's
the boy can't go a day without speaking Sonny in my name.
Well, because he might be listening, so he's definitely going to hear this. It will be comical.
But what I'm saying is this. These losers keep talking as if they're somebody's. These losers that hide behind a freaking phone in the garage. Hey, I'm in my granddad's house. He knows it's in here. Yeah.
But has he ever shown his face? Has he ever shown his face?
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, but he had big sunglasses on, so you really couldn't see much.
Can we stop for 1 second?
Sunglasses.
Who did? Yes. I hope you have the best weekend of your whole life, and I hope that you treasure every moment of it.
You going away? It's only Wednesday, turning into Thursday.
Yeah, but she's going away.
Has a big weekend.
Yeah, enjoy.
Big weekend. Yeah.
All right.
Bye, Hoodies.
Sorry, we can go back to shit talking now.
No. Okay, so and then you got Bridgeburner. I literally just seen him. You guys posted. Because you guys know I don't see shit unless you guys post it to me.
Who's Bridgeburner? What is that?
Oh, Bridgeburner, some freaking loser too. He vows to bring the people down that are raking money off the Delphi murder. He's a asshat.
Yeah, somebody accused me of making thousands of dollars. I don't even know what that means. I haven't made a dollar. I haven't made a dollar, and I don't even know what that means. Somebody said it on my comments the other day. People like you making all this money. Okay, I don't know what you're saying.
Bridgeburner, who was like, here's my cash app.
Yeah. but the joke of it is that
As he
somebody
swigs his
literally
beer
said,
up there.
but CD, the joke of it is that somebody said, "Can I have your email?" And he's like, "I don't email anyone." Well, of course you don't, you losers, because you guys hide behind your cowardness. You literally, they call Adam.
My
But I'm
email's
just
always
saying,
open. Yeah,
what
I get
a
it.
bunch of wuss ass cowards. That's
Yeah, it
all
doesn't make
that you
sense.
are. You guys
But
will be nobody.
Bridge
You are
Burner,
nobody.
is this a new person, Bridge Burner? Are they making content, or who are they?
Bridge Burner. Actually, does Bridge Burner have a channel?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, he does.
I've never looked.
Either way, loser meets loser Curly, loser Bridge Burner, loser asshat, and it's like
Wait,
they
Curly.
morph.
I've heard of Curly. I've heard of it.
Oh my god, these people are whacked, man. Like seriously.
Curly's has a channel. I know that. I've heard of them. I don't know
and he
much,
turned
but I've
whack
heard of
job
them.
too. Well, he's always been whack job. Ella.
Together, they might form half an IQ.
Like Curly, I think he's like that. Get it real. Like Get It Real is probably actually Curly rejoining my channel, because I see the comment he left on Harvey.
Well, then
Carroll,
you got the Shattered Mirror guy that did the whole Time to Kill thing.
I don't
Was
know
really
nothing about
weird.
him really, but
He's their David. He's like their David Koresh.
Three-quarters
I think
of an IQ.
I honestly think he has like a psychosis going on or something.
no.
Something's not right there.
I have
Something's
to give
not
mad
right.
props to Gray Hughes for posting the video of calling him out on the. Did you see that, CD?
Yeah, the Time to Kill.
The Time to Kill thing.
Time to Kill. Yeah.
I know people have.
I mean,
Gray Hughes.
Oh,
but
that was
I had to give
hilarious.
Props for calling him out on that.
It's scary that he actually put that out there like that, like almost verbatim of the movie.
Right.
It's
And
scary.
like, did he
It's
not?
scary. But that's what I'm saying. There's a psychosis there. Something's not right. There's something.
Did he
I think another
not
video.
think?
But
Did
Deb,
he
did you
not
see the
think
video he
that
did?
people-
There's worse. No, but there's worse than that. Wait, let me just tell you. There's worse than that. One of his videos, somebody's like making believe that they're Libby and Abby with like half nude pictures.
Yeah.
I was sent this. Oh boy, I gotta go. My baby's waking up.
Okay.
The boy's waking up.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
We talk
I
again.
might be back. Yes.
No, we're gonna
All
get
right.
off here
Fine.
anyway.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Deb?
I was gonna say, did he not think that people would recognize that scene that he did from A Time to Kill?
I know, especially
mean,
as such an iconic movie.
And he
Right?
cried in the same places.
And then the comments people were putting like, "I've never seen you open up your heart like this before." And,
It was really disturbing to see someone plagiarize a movie and try
book,
to
yeah.
change it. Yeah, change it up. Like that was not right.
That was so
not
funny.
right.
Even
No.
I had to leave a comment on Gray Hughes' channel
And
saying, like,
props
nice
to Gray Hughes.
because that was hilarious getting called out. And after you see the comments of these people that are just like, "You opened up your heart. I've never seen you talk like this before." Shut the hell up. Really?
And like what I would love to go in there and just type a comment that said, if you've never seen this before, you might want to rent this movie, A Time to Kill. Because he did the whole monologue from it and acted like it was his own thoughts.
Well, he probably got it from Asshat's movie channel. That's why he was watching it.
But I think his response. I think he doubled down too on his response about like I'm entitled to like have my inspiration to come from whatever I want it to, whatever. But
And if anyone wants to diss this
can we
channel,
not talk about these people anymore.
Talking about these people, go away. Seriously, go away then, because these people are like the bottom feeders of maggots of scum, and they are nothing. And if anyone does, like I said, Jizz. Oh, there's Jizz Riz. Isn't it funny how Jizz Riz just
My favorite. Yeah, I've seen Jizz was in Gray Hughes' chat.
Yeah.
I like.
I don't trust that name whatsoever. I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt.
But yeah, let's not talk about these people anymore because they're boring me and they
I
they
know.
don't matter.
Oh,
in life.
I was gonna say that was that one I didn't mind a little bit because at the end of the day, that regardless, like I said, pawn scum will be pawn scum. I don't mind making fun of them.
We don't talk about them.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. Okay, but
to Bridge Burner, to As Above So Below, to Shattered Mirror.
Yeah, let's gloss for them.
And then can we never say their names again?
Oh, we try, but it's so hard sometimes, Adam. We try. I don't know that I can keep that promise. Blah. Yeah. Yeah. Come over to this part of Canada and kiss my ass.
I mean,
Gray
Hughes doesn't like his name either.
Look into TG. Who's TG?
No, I mean, the Wiz said Gray Hughes doesn't like my name either.
Well, there's a reason for it because it looks like a trolling name. Simple as that.
It doesn't.
It does too. Absolutely does. Jizz Whiz. We all know what jizz means. Jizz Whiz.
I'll take Jizz Whiz.
I mean, it might be a legit name. I don't trust it.
Okay.
You know, you can keep following if you want, but I mean, when I see a name like that, I literally red alerts go off for me.
Yeah.
So again, you know, it's just like get it real. Thank you for subscribing.
Lisa,
but if you make a comment,
Lisa, who did that?
Did what?
Lisa, I called him on the Asian hate, but my comment was blocked. I just wasn't sure what creator you were talking about because
As above, so below is who she's talking about.
Oh, it's so hard between the sexism, ageism, feminism, or attacks on females, homophobia. I mean, the basic, assault he does on intelligence and IQs. Oh, drug use. So anyway.
Yeah. Who is
I'm done
Sunny?
with it.
Look into TG. TG for what? Who's TG?
Who is TG? I don't know.
Oh, Jizwiz, I think you need to stick with the name at this point.
You know what, Jizwiz, if you're legit, like I said, we'll see over time.
We've never had an inclination that they're not. They've always been cool.
Who?
Jizwiz, every time they've come in the chat, they've been
It's only been a few
totally
times.
normal and cool.
So far. We'll see.
Right.
So far.
Trolls don't have that kind of patience.
Well, they do.
I wasn't sure what they were going to say because their first comment was,
Right, exactly. The first
so
comment
that's
was,
why I was like, about
and
what?
it was only after we were talking about these people,
I'm Team Jizwiz.
Yeah. Okay, you can be Team Jizwiz. Sorry, Jizz.
I got your back, Jizwiz.
If I don't know you, I don't really trust you, especially when I see
got your back.
Like that. Yeah, but Adam, he's not quite the Cancer I am. Just saying. I got your number.
Right. I'm younger and my mind is sharper.
No, that's it. I'm older and more experienced. Toby Garth can't be asked to look at him. To be
you're
honest,
both off base.
Yeah. Oh, what's Deb? What do you think?
What do I think about what?
You said we're both off base. So if
Deb, tell us about what you think.
I can't.
Because if Adam's to the left and I'm to the right, you obviously must be in the middle. And
wait, Sunny, did you say I did?
No, what did you do? Did you meet her?
Oh, sorry, Deb. That was an accident. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it was such a great show, you guys. It was so nice that CD joined us tonight. Honestly, it's been a long time, and I know we missed him. And always, he's been doing a lot of summer stuff, family stuff, all different things. So it was really great to have him back on again. And I have that feeling too, of course, when wintertime comes, people tend to come more out of the woodwork because summertime's here and everyone's doing their thing. Deb has the giggles. She is tired. No, she needs to go.
I am so tired.
I'm too. I'm
I
hungry.
had a day. I had a
Yeah,
busy
you know
day.
what? We only pulled a 4-hour one because of CD tonight because it was so great having them on. I was looking at the time going so much for our freaking 1.5 hours I was expecting tonight. But yeah, love you, CD. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, trolls, for joining and subscribing to us as well. We do appreciate you, and we do appreciate
And for all the content we gave other creators towards the end of the show, you're welcome.
Yes, I know. You should thank us for even saying your names, to be honest with you.
Right.
And who
What did I do, Sunny?
Oh, yeah. No, but you can't perfect what you did in that video.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right. Grace me, retired law enforcement, haven't touched drugs in 25. Oh, charismatically clever sneaks in there at the last second. Anyway, yeah. Thank you guys for doing it.
Yeah, Grace, I think Grace was referring to that other channel. I don't think she meant UCD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. LOL, not you. So, cool.
And Friday. Okay, we really need to do a members only live. We really need to do a members only live soon. Because they deserve it. They're a part of the, for being the members. We need to do another book giveaway for that. So we'll let you know soon enough when or we'll say, the thing I like about members only ones is that legitly and no offense to the other people, but legitly, right? Because they pay to subscribe every month to come in here. But it's when you have that smaller group where you can have more of that personal talk one-on-one. I remember doing that on Profiling Evil, where it's like, yeah, there's 1,000 so watchers, but then only so many members. And you could go in there and you could literally have a conversation with them. They could join the live and just talk, it is something like that. But we do need to do another book giveaway. August 25th. Again, you'll need to be a subscriber if you're not. It's the night that it's a Thursday night. Angela Thomas will be here. So Angela Thomas is a world-renowned psychic that worked on the Delphi murders, or let me put it this way. She worked on Paranormal TV, or came on Paranormal TV. She was talking about the Delphi murders. I was very impressed with Angela Thomas. She was very much on the same path in so many ways of everything I've been saying from the beginning. And I just felt that connection of what she was saying to where I had been taking my journey for the longest time. Either way, so Angela Thomas, August 25th. I'm really looking forward to that because she just impressed me myself personally. I do think how do I want to say that? I see a lot of readers and different things and, psychic mediums and blah, 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 blah. But there's only very few that I actually gravitate to because I feel like they're being truthful or that they're, being direct. Kind of like how I talk about CD and everything, someone just being direct and straightforward. That's how I felt about Angela Thomas as well when she was talking about Delphi. So we'll be going over Delphi with her. And and that's August 25th, and it's on a Thursday. So chances are we're going to cancel one of our lives probably Wednesday or the Friday. I'm not sure yet. And we'll be doing the live on the Thursday instead. So other than that, Deborah, Adam, anything else to say before we go? Guys, I'm glad your son's home. Go ahead.
Let's just check one thing real quick.
Deb, I'm glad your son's home though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I will say he had the absolute trip of a lifetime.
Oh, I
Berlin,
bet. Absolutely.
Berlin, Lubeck, Bremerhaven, Amsterdam, Liverpool, London.
Amazing
saw
pictures,
so many things. Went to the Baltic Sea.
Well, I was going to say, maybe at some point you can share a few pictures with us that we can show. Absolutely. Of your son there. Adam, did you have anything?
Nope.
Okay. Any more nice phone calls lately? Or I thought that's what you were looking for.
No. That's not what I was looking for. I was seeing it if I had an email from someone.
Oh, okie dokie. Anyways, if you have someone that's missing or been murdered and your case hasn't had tremendous awareness to it, and you need someone to either come on the live or ask us to bring awareness to that case, again, email us at acrimeandshame@gmail.com. That's acrimeandshame@gmail.com. And so if anyone out there knows of somebody that they really do want to, like maybe they know them personally, maybe it's a case that, like I said, that means a lot to someone out there, that the case just really isn't getting the exposure that it needs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we can't fix the world and we can't do everything. But, you know, again, if there's anyone out there that truly feels like there's a family out there that, or a case out there that they really want, you know, more exposure brought to, you know, and possibly know, like I've said, a family member or somebody that, you know, because, you know, there are those people out there, those family members that wish that they could go on a live and bring to their case, but they just aren't aware what, you know, of the true crime community and stuff like that. You know, because everyone just kind of thinks news more so, you know, or posting to their own social media, but a lot of people still don't know about the true crime community. So that's the joy I get out of it.
And again, of course, prayers for Libby Abby, prayers for the Patties, prayers for the Germans, prayers for the Williams family, prayers for Kylie and all of Kylie's family. You know, I'm still hoping she can be returned safe. Sonny, what were the poll results?
Yes, the poll result. It was 86% said that not alive.
Yeah. So, but you never know. Let's hope and pray.
Yeah. Also, we had 2 people donate.
Yep, that
Callie.
was Callie and Daisy. Thank you guys very much. Obviously, my mansion, you know, and Debs and Adams are getting built as they speak. We just want you to know that. You know, it's going to a good cause. No, thank you. Thanks, guys, so much. I was just saying to my husband, too, I was just like, when I was going over all my bills that I have or whatever, and I was like, shit, I sometimes I forget about all the ones that I pay for everything. Like, you know, like I said, the Intellius is like I said, and I was like, oh, that's about $200 there, you know, because it just automatically gets charged, right? Whether it's you know, the different NCH programs, this blah 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 blah. But you know, is what it is. You know, if you want to find out certain things and be able to do certain things and make videos and stuff, you need that stuff. So so thank you again for all the donations and help that go towards that. Yeah. Thank you, Callie. Thank you, Daisy. Thank you for all the subscribers.
Yep.
And
Alexa, it's good to see you back.
Absolutely. Yep. Alexa, email me. Tell me a day that you want to come on and do a show. All right. Okay. What's going to happen? Just like CD happened. It finally happened. Yeah.
Finally.
All right, guys.
I'm like, my stomach's going to eat itself.
Yeah. Is it? Deb's going to wither away. All right. Take care, guys. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
See you Friday.
Good night.
See you on Friday.